World of great sport content for you to explore.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Susie Rains. The Premier, Daniel Andrews, has signalled unvaccinated Victorians could be barred from attending public events and venues once the state reaches 80% vaccination rates. Oliver Gordon reports.
Premier Daniel Andrews says he's been talking to the Prime Minister about what freedoms Victorians will have once 80% of the population is fully vaccinated. Both leaders agree when that threshold is met, the state should consider locking out unvaccinated people from a range of public events and venues. Daniel Andrews says he'll likely opt for lockouts over lockdowns.
I'm not going to lock the whole state down to protect people who won't protect themselves.
Victoria has recorded another 208 cases today. Authorities have urged businesses to check their COVID-safe plans after the discovery of a 20-case cluster connected to a construction site in Box Hill.
Goulburn Valley Health says it's likely there'll be more positive cases in Shepparton as more Day 13 tests are processed. Yesterday, more than 6,000 tests were conducted across Shepparton and Mooroopna. So far, 2,000 have come back negative. Chief Executive Matt Sharp says more results will be known within the next 24 hours.
We've got 2,000 pathology results back, 1,000 people have been cleared. That number will continue to rise, but there's a good chance in some ways it's likely that there will be some more people testing positive in their Day 13 test, but none so far.
Queensland Health is now monitoring 2 COVID cases in the state's southeast after a 4-year-old girl tested positive late today. Emily Gramentz reports.
The child is a close contact of a 46-year-old Logan truck driver whose infection was announced yesterday. Queensland Health says the girl attended the Boulevard Early Learning Centre at Mount Warren Park on Tuesday and Wednesday. It says children, staff and visitors should immediately come forward and get tested, then quarantine at home with their household members for 14 days, regardless of a negative result. That also applies to those who've used the centre as part of Windaroo State School after-hours care between Tuesday and Friday.
The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has condemned the terrorist attack in Auckland. New Zealand police shot and killed a violent extremist after he stabbed and injured at least 6 people in a supermarket in the city. In a statement, Mr Morrison said the Australian government stood with New Zealanders and deplored acts of violence designed to divide communities. Heavy fighting is intensifying in Afghanistan between Taliban forces and resistance militants in Panjshir Valley in the last province, still resisting the Islamist takeover. The BBC's Yogita Limai reports.
Resistance front fighters say the Taliban have been trying to enter Panjshir province, northeast of Kabul, from 3 sides. They claim they've pushed back the group's militants, killing hundreds of them, and have captured new area, Charikar town in Parwan province. The Taliban are yet to respond, although in the past few days they say they've made progress and killed many rebels. Many believe it's the situation in Panjshir that's stopping the Taliban from announcing a new government so far.
Back home, a new state government report on housing affordability has revealed regional Victorians continue to be priced out of the rental market. Rachel Clayton reports.
Median weekly rent in regional Victoria rose 9.3% in the year to June, compared to a 0.3% decline in rent prices in Melbourne over the same period. The report from the Department of Housing found the number of affordable rental properties in Greater Geelong declined from 22.4% in June last year to just shy of 12% in June 2021. The Surf Coast Shire fared even worse, with affordable rents dropping from 9.2% in 2020 to just 1.2% as of June this year, and the borough of Queenscliff reported 0 affordable dwellings. Colac Otway Shire and the Surf Coast Shire have both deemed the lack of housing a crisis.
Australian Paralympic cyclist Carol Cook remains in hospital in Tokyo after crashing in heavy rain during yesterday's T12 road race. The 60-year-old spent the night in hospital and scans show she had a collapsed lung and will require a longer stay. She'll need to get her lung capacity back up before being able to fly home from Japan. The Paralympic swimming program concludes tonight with Australia tipped for a medal in the relay of the men's 4x100 metre medley, 34 points. A West Melbourne street has been closed due to flash flooding. Traffic is being diverted away from Dudley Street in both directions. Melbourne has recorded 20 millimetres of rain since 9 a.m. In the rest of the weather, there's a strong wind warning still in place for the East Gippsland coast. For the state, widespread rain in the west extending eastwards and clearing in the west later. Right now in Melbourne, it's 11 degrees. ABC News.
Inspiring audiobooks from some of Australia's most beloved storytellers are now free to stream on the ABC Listen app.
This isn't just my story. This is the story of so many other young people.
The best homegrown fiction.
Tilly decided she would go back to Dungatar.
Real-life Australian stories.
Some of what I've done has not been pretty to watch. Imagine what it was like to live through it.
And so much more.
This is paradise.
A great range of audiobooks free to stream on the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's do or die. That is the equation for both Geelong and GWS tonight in the West, as Perth Stadium hosts the second semi-final. Geelong hoping to avoid a straight sets exit to 2021. The Giants hoping to put a dramatic week behind them. Clint Wilden alongside co-commentator Ben Cameron to bring you the action tonight. Our experts, Brownlow medalist Shane Woden, Premiership Pie Sharad Wellingham, and tonight a special guest, Geelong Premiership player in Harry Taylor. But let's start by heading straight into the Geelong camp. Injured Cats defender, and just recently a three-time now All-Australian. That is impressive. Tom Stewart joins us. Tom, welcome to the West. Welcome to Grandstand AFL. How are the nerves sitting on the sideline tonight?
Thanks for having me, guys. No nerves from my end, mate. Not much I can do except for get some positive vibes out there and get around the boys, so I'm pretty relaxed at the moment.
So you're in a positive move. What is it like in the Cats camp? No team wants to go out in straight sets. Is that hanging or weighing on anyone's thoughts?
Nah, not at all, mate. That's why, luckily, we played all year to get a double chance. So we understand that we're in a very similar position to last year. We're going to win 3 games, and that'll ultimately be what we play for. So, not very nervous, not very upbeat and positive this week. So, a lot of improvements, and we're excited to get out there.
Is there any chance at all that you might be able to get out there at some stage later this season if the Cats continue on?
Yeah, so obviously I'm over here with the team and working through my rehab and all that sort of thing. So I'm giving myself every opportunity to, if the team gets the job done and gets to the grand finals, that I'll put my hand up if the next 3 weeks go to plan. So I've got a lot of work to do and a lot of time spent in the gym and getting myself right. But if all goes well, I'll hopefully be out with the team on the last day in September.
Tom, Shane Woden here, mate. Welcome to the West. Mate, what needs to be fixed tonight post last week's result?
Hey Shane, how are you, mate? Obviously, just our overall game. We didn't play well at all last week as a collective. Our defence wasn't great. We didn't test Port Adelaide enough off the line with ball movement, and we didn't win as many contests as we should. So a lot of room for improvement, a lot of scope for improvement. We're very excited to get back out here in beautiful Perth and have a red-hot crack against the Giants.
Mate, it's a little bit from looking afar. Quinton Narkle, what's the go with this young man? He's obviously, when he plays AFL footy, he's doing some really good stuff for the team out there at the moment, but then finds himself out or a medical sub and can't find his way into the team at the moment. What's keeping him out?
Oh, I think Nark's just been extremely unlucky that the position on the ground that he plays, we've got some superstars in those positions. Pat, Joel, Mitch Duncan's back in the team, Sam Menegola. I think it's just unfortunate that Quinton, in his development's probably behind those boys. He hasn't done anything wrong personally, and from a performance point of view, he's just probably unlucky. I'm a massive advocate, massive fan for Narks, and I think he's got a bright future ahead of him at the Geelong Footy Club.
Tommy, Sharad Wellingham here. Welcome to the West once again, and good luck for you and the rest of the team. You mentioned that you need to, pull up the socks in all areas of the ground. Talk to me about the game style. Have you mentioned anything during the week about the game style? You really tried to stick to that kind of chip and mark and I suppose switching at some stages when you can. Are you going to try? You got Zach Tui back out there tonight. Talk us how he's going to be able to impact the game and be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. From a ball movement sense, we really pride ourselves on building our ball from our defence. Like, we need to defend well to turn the ball over in our front half and keep it in there. That's really important for us as a team. And then it's all built off that. If we can intercept the ball and be able to create chances off the line, we know GWS play a one-on-one defence. So if we can retain possession and then find chinks in their armour, that's the way that we think it's best to exploit them. So that's where we're going to go about it tonight, I think.
And one of your greatest, or I suppose one of the AFL greatest all-time leaders in Joel Selwood plays game number 333 tonight. Talks about what it's been like playing under him and what he's been like to play alongside week in, week out.
Yeah, I don't think much needs to be said about Joel. We all know the resume he's got and the sort of person he is as a Geelong person and the player he's been for such a long time. Sent him a message last night, just letting him know that, you know, I love it walking out next to him, behind him every week, and to walk that couple extra centimetres taller, knowing that a bloke like that's got your back and is going to lead from the front. So I could go on for a long time talking about how much I love Joel, and I think the whole footy industry loves him just as much. And he's a special player, and he's going to go down as one of the, if not the greatest Geelong player of all time, in my opinion.
Tom, he's a great captain. Do you aspire to potentially be the man who takes over from him as Geelong captain?
It's a great question. I mean, I've never in my career seen myself as a captain. I've always sort of been thereabouts with leadership groups and vice captaincy, but I've never actually been a captain of a footy club. And I mean, if I get voted by the players and the club to be that role, I'd attack it with both hands. But I think we're lucky at Geelong. We've got such a diverse group of leaders that have so many strengths in their own right. I mean, Blitz has been thereabouts for a long time. Mitch, Danger, Mark O'Connor's a really promising young leader, and Zach Tui as well. That we really bounce off each other. And I think between the six of us, I think the decision will be made by the club and by the players. But if my name got called out, I'd be absolutely honoured to lead the Cats.
Where do you watch from tonight, Tom?
I'm on the bench. Yeah, I've got the headset on. I've got the direct line to Scarlo, so I'll be down there and listening with intent, but also trying to just be positive and remain upbeat with the boys and get around them when they do some good stuff.
Great to talk to you. Congratulations on the year so far. Hopefully we get to see you again in 2021.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Terrific to be joined downstairs by Tom Stewart, as I mentioned, a three-time All-Australian now. Well done to him being named in the 2021 side a little bit earlier on this week. He has been absolutely outstanding for the Cats. Welcome wherever you're listening around the nation, building up to a crowd of, we expect, around about 42,000 for Geelong and GWS in Perth. It is, as I said, do or die for both of these teams. The Cats desperately looking to avoid going out in straight sets. It has happened to them once before in 2014, but that's the only time it's happened. They're 6-1 in semi-finals after losing qualifying finals in the current format, while GWS have just stormed into contention. It's amazing to think not that long ago, after losing the Sydney Derby, we thought that the Giants might be done, but they've won their past 3 games and really do look super impressive. But there is no getting away from the fact that they are without Toby Green. We'll hear from the Giants in just a moment, but first a chance to have a chat to our commentary team. Ben Cameron, good to see you as always. It was really worth just diving downstairs quickly to hear from Tom Stewart. They do miss him. Good news that he might be back if they can go all the way through to the premiership decider for the Cats.
Yeah, I think he'll start running over the next couple of days and then build up from there. He's hoping to come back for the grand final. They do get Zach Tui back, so one of his running mates does help just solidify that Geelong defence. As you mentioned, Clint, what we're really interested in with these Cats is whether, like Sharad alluded to asking the question of Tom, whether their style works in finals, that slow, deliberate approach that they like to take. Since 2012, only one of their 9 first finals they've won, which you just touched on. But from that point onwards, in that period, they've won 4 of the 5 semi-finals afterwards. So these Cats have tended to land on their feet when it comes to semi-finals and be able to advance from there. And then GWS, you mentioned they've won their past 3, Clint. They've also won their last 3 against Geelong, and that's the longest streak of any team in the competition against the Cats. So for whatever reason, they like playing against the hoops of Geelong, and playing against them seems to suit GWS.
You touched on it. We need to talk about it a little bit. Shane Woden, Sharad Wellingham, great to see both of you. Good question from you, Shaz. But tonight, Joel Selwood, who is one of the most awarded players in the game, becomes the player who has appeared in the hoops more than anyone else for a club whose history that goes back to 1859, game 333. I'm not sure Tom Stewart could think of the right superlatives to describe Joel Selwood. How would you describe him from what you've seen over the last couple of years? Shane? Sharad?
Warrior.
Yeah, Warrior's probably, yeah. It's a great way to describe him. And just heart. He puts it out there every week. You barely see, there's not much of a disparity between his bad and his good, is there?
He bleeds blue and white. Great leader.
Annoying. Because he's just been so good for so long.
Yeah. He's got a great CV, hasn't he? You know, he steps straight in AFL footy, wins a flag, then wins a couple more. How many times has he been awarded most courageous? 4?
Yeah, and the incredible thing is listening to the likes of Cam Mooney, etc., speak about that first flag and how he came into the group and seemed to set the standards as an 18-year-old, and the impact he's had on the group from that point on is just remarkable. I think dependable and reliable. I mean, that he just, like Sharad said, so consistent between his best and his worst, and always showing up. You know what you're going to get.
Yeah, absolutely. And great pickup, Wellesley. You know, because I think
there was a bit of question mark on his knee.
Question mark on his
knee. His knee was the thing that probably held him. I think it was pick 7.
He was, yeah. In 06, there was a big question mark about whether
his knee would handle up.
Yeah.
And now 333 games later.
And again, talk of superlatives. Captain, his 10th year as captain this year. Yeah, he's been an amazing player. It will be very special to see him run out for the Geelong Football Club for what will be a club record 333 games. We'll talk a fair bit more about how the game will pan out as we get closer to the bounce, but we do want to head downstairs into the GWS rooms as well. We've been lucky enough to be joined by Jason McCartney, the General Manager of Football Operations at the Giants, joining us now on Grandstand AFL. Jason, welcome. Let's get it out of the way first. You don't want to lose one T, Green. The Giants have lost 2. Tom, of course, bad news to injury, and Toby to suspension. What sort of impact will that have on the Giants on field tonight?
Oh, look, you don't want to lose any quality player. Toby's is really disappointing because it's not great when you've got a fit, healthy player who's been in such brilliant form all year, and he's put himself at risk and put the team at risk. So that's really disappointing. But we've dealt with that, and Toby's addressed the group. We certainly don't condone his actions, but we certainly support the person. So we get around him, but. For him, we don't really talk about him much now because he's not going to play again this year. So we focus on what we've got available. And, obviously Tom Green going out here, he'll have surgery actually here this evening to get a plate inserted in his forearm. So opportunity presents for other young players get to step up, which has been our lot for the whole year, to be honest. So it's nothing we're not familiar with.
The road travelled is a remarkable one. I think you've been on the road since round 14. How have you been able to keep the group together for such a long period of time and keep them focused?
Yeah, it's been a big journey. It's day 73 today. So obviously we got an injection there probably about 5 weeks ago, just before we played Geelong actually in the home and away game down at Geelong, with some of the family members joining the group. So that was really important for both us and the Swans at the time for just that morale of the group. But it's just been the enjoyment. I suppose we all went through it last year. This year's been longer for us, and obviously the Swans, but just the growth of the young players. Like we've had some of our best players, better players having really good seasons help, but it's just been the energy and the excitement from a lot of young guys, and not always what gets talked about with us, high-end draft picks. There's some boys that were rookies and back-end draft selections that have really stepped up, and it's just energised the group, to be honest.
Jace, welcome to WA. You brought the good weather for us. We've had a horrendous couple of months, but you've somehow raised a bit of sunshine. Mate, the past month, surely the group would have gained a lot of confidence and been growing in this past month. 4 wins on the trot, and probably since the round 20 loss, it's played a really good, strong brand of footy.
Yeah, we have. We've taken a lot of confidence. Even the loss, our last loss was Port Adelaide, and obviously we see what they've done since then too and how they're going. We were right in that game. We just couldn't capitalise on some opportunities, and they skipped away to, I think it was a 4-goal margin in the end. So we've had probably 6.5, 7 weeks of really good footy, even as far back as the derby against the Swans up in the Gold Coast. Obviously, we got out of the blocks really strongly. So there was a half of footy there. It was quite positive. So, yeah, look, we go in with great confidence. with our game. Our game and the brand of footy we play really stands up in finals, so it gives us great confidence.
Can you help our listeners through Sam Taylor's development, particularly in the last 12 months, what he's been able to do? And the last time he played against Geelong, he was terrific. I think 7 or 8 intercept marks in your back half. Playing on a very good play at that time. But his growth in the last 12 months has been exceptional, hasn't it?
Oh, it certainly has been. And to think, many would forget, last year it might have been, we played Collingwood on a Friday night, so it was early after we resumed after the stoppage. Sam went down with a virus and really knocked him around for the whole year. So when we went through the hub experience last year, Sam wasn't playing for us, and to be honest, Sam was struggling to walk. So he did a mountain of work at the back end of last year just to get himself into a position that his pre-season was uninterrupted, and he's just been exceptional this year. Look, if it wasn't for probably the 5 or 6 weeks he missed with the syndesmosis injury he sustained against West Coast, it's fair to say he would have been right in contention, at least in that All-Australian 40. So what he's added to his game, he's got great speed. He's a great competitor. So he can play on different types down there too. But the thing he's added this year is the intercept marking the extra layer being added to his game. So, he's been in tremendous form, and that'll be a huge duel again. Look, he did do a number on Tom last time, but Tom's a star. Yeah. Tom's a champion, and that's going to be a pivotal duel again tonight.
Do we get that match up again tonight? More than likely.
Yeah, Sam will. He predominantly plays sort of that 0 to 40. Yep. So obviously Jeremy's in the side tonight, so you'd imagine it'd be Tom. A bit of both, depends who's the deepest, and obviously Radagalea's coming as well, which is a bit of a different look with the 3 tolls.
I think a great story for this year, for your club, for the AFL, is Jesse Hogan and his ability to play some footy now, and it looks like he's enjoying himself outside a footy bubble with this football club right now, and we haven't seen the best of him. He's probably still growing his game and getting his fitness right, but his role this year for you guys, the importance of what he's brought to your footy club?
Yeah, Jesse, look, he has been, it's a work in progress. So he's had some issues probably with his body. And look, unfortunately, he's getting laid out today as well. So he's missed a few games with some calf issues. But we are so impressed. There's still a lot of growth there, and we think we're just scratching the surface, to be honest. So he was obviously really pivotal last week, and he's kicked goals in some big games for us. But he won't be there tonight, and he wasn't there last time we played Geelong either. So we'll just get a bit creative with how that front half looks for us tonight.
So what's the reason for that, Jason?
No, he's got a calf issue. He just didn't come up. He's missed about 7 games this year with Soleil strain. So he just didn't quite get up with it this week after obviously the game down in Launceston and a bit of travel involved as well.
GWS footy boss Jason McCartney chatting to us pre-game. You mentioned Tom Green having surgery today and potentially coming back this year. If you guys win tonight, when would he likely be available?
Oh, look, it's one of those ones that was to get it done as soon as possible. It's the best way to treat him, both long term, but just keep that short term in mind and keep it open. The possibility of playing again. It's probably something. Obviously, there's a bye before the grand final now, so you wouldn't think he'd be back in contention next week. But if we were lucky enough to keep progressing, you think he'd certainly give himself the best chance if you were playing in that last weekend in September.
One thing you have been doing, Jason, is absorbing a lot of inside 50 entries. So round 20 against Port Adelaide, 65. Round 21, you won against Geelong, but absorbed 64. 65 against Sydney last week. The AFL average is 51. What have you guys internally made of that, and whether that's sustainable for this young defence?
Certainly hasn't been by design, that's for sure. So no, we'd definitely like limiting that. There's no doubt about it. I think last week it probably got away from us a little bit late when we were just getting down on numbers. We're only down to one fit player on the interchange. So no, we need to stop the supply.
Jason, thanks for your time. Best of luck.
Thanks very much, guys. Take care. Have a good call.
Jason McCartney downstairs for the GWS Giants, the footy boss at the Giants, joining us here on Grandstand AFL. Good you could be joining us wherever you are on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. As always, love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to send us a text message, ask a question, make a comment. 0437 774 774. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron in commentary, our experts Sharad Wellingham and Shane Woden. We will focus again shortly on the game that is to come, this do-or-die semi-final between the Cats and the Giants. But on Wednesday, the big announcement made by Collingwood, so now just one club still searching for a senior coach in Carlton, but new Collingwood coach Craig McRae announced earlier in the week, and you've had a bit to do with Craig, Sharad Wellingham. Tell us a bit about him from your perspective.
Yeah, so I was fortunate enough to have him in his early coaching days as a development coach at Collingwood. And really enjoyed my time with him. Really good at, like we were just talking about off air, building relationships. He's very personable. He was obviously looking after the young guys, so it was about, bringing them up into what's expected of the AFL world. And I guess, slightly ignorantly, I probably didn't realise his playing history and how much of an influential player he was during his time at Brisbane and stuff like that, because you're young and you don't really know what.
So you had no clue that he'd won 3 flags with the...
No, I knew, but I didn't.
It's a good point.
You don't realise that he was as good a player as he was. He was, he's under the radar kind of player.
Yeah.
But really, really good at building relationships. Good with young people. I think it's probably, and it's been mentioned everywhere in the media so far, a bit of an outside of the box placement as a head coach for a club like Collingwood. And we've spoken about it's going to take a specific type of person to be in charge and the face of that club. The fact that he's been there already under Mick, I think bodes well for, he will know what's required as the face of Collingwood. So I think it's a great appointment by Collingwood Football Club.
Great appointment. Built a great resume. Also done his time. Been a little bit of a journeyman under some greats. So would have learnt a lot, picked up a bit.
Mick, Bucks, Dimmer,
Lee,
Clarko.
He played under Lee, so I know he's not coaching under him, but it's a pretty good
and
coaching
success
DNA,
has chased him everywhere. So he's been involved in numerous flags, taken his own team to a premiership. So it's been built right for him. Again, we'll build a strong game around the contest, which he's already come out and said, and some strong principles around defence, and then we'll play some creative footy off the back of that. So, yeah, I think it's a great appointment.
Do you get a feeling we might see a bit more of this where a younger coach comes in and they put around him? We already know Justin Lepich is likely to join. There have been discussions that Brendan Bolton, who again has senior coaching experience, may be coming in. So a younger senior coach, and then you back them up with people who can be a mentor, who have been in the hot spot before and can actually help guide someone going through it for a first time. It's not just about the coaching. There's so many other things you have to do with it in this particular role. Do you think we're going to see more of these appointments?
Oh, potentially. I think when you build your group with strong lieutenants, like Justin, if he comes in, who's had so much success as a player and as a coach too, and again, premierships have chased him. So he knows what success looks like from a brand point of view and how the game's supposed to be played. I reckon if you've got a strong there, it enables you, like what Chris Fagan does now. He's got great assistants around him, so it enables him to go and build the relationships with his players at the moment. So, yeah, I can see it for pros and cons for all of it.
And he'll be on the lead tomorrow, Clint, so he'll join the ABC tomorrow morning in one of his first interviews since joining Collingwood. They've got Sean Burgoyne as well, a winner from tonight, so big on the lead tomorrow. I'll be interested to hear what he has to say about his plans a little more in depth.
Looking forward to that as well. So the one change that has been made, you heard it when we were discussing the game to come with Jason McCartney, the late change for this particular game. It's an intriguing one as well. Jesse Hogan missing out. Just spotted him downstairs a short time ago standing near the benches. So Jesse Hogan out. He's the late change. And Phil Davis returns, forcing his way back into the side. So they'll have to have some sort of a reshuffle, you would imagine, the Giants with that. No late changes for the Cats. They go in as per. Zach Guthrie will be the medical sub for Geelong for GWS, their medical sub, in what will just be his 4th game and his first final. Is James Peatling, who was picked up at pick 8 in the 2021 mid-season draft, the 21-year-old. So he starts as the medical sub. Geelong and GWS, it's all coming up here on Grandstand AFL. Good you could join us on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. We'll go through some of your texts and chat more about the game in just a moment. 0437 774 774.
We're here to share some vax facts.
Some people worry about what's in the vaccine.
The vaccines can't give you COVID.
Because they do not contain the live virus.
Thankfully, the vaccine was developed, well, quicker than I can get dressed.
But that doesn't mean corners were cut.
When you throw loads of money, scientists and researchers at a cause,
you get quick results.
Please get vaccinated.
When you can, do it.
I've had mine.
I've had my 2 doses.
Go get yours.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The biggest test, the biggest stage was finals, and to play well in finals was the true test of a footballer.
Yeah, I think you catch yourself sometimes thinking about what if, dare to dream, I suppose, and, why can't it be us?
So this fulfilled my childhood dream. Not many people get to experience that and do that.
The moment you can absorb it and soak it in, there is nothing else like it. It's just pure ecstasy.
You put in so much hard work with each other, and to be able to actually get through it and then to win something like that is just the ultimate, I think, in footy.
Unbelievable feeling, the whole year, the blood, sweat and tears, the grind, tremendous mateship that emanated from every player. This is what football is all about.
At that first bounce, at the first contest that you go, you must make a statement. Whatever you do in this quarter is going to make an enormous difference to the rest of your life. We must not come off this ground and die wondering.
We started at the bottom of the mountain with everyone else, but to be the very last side on the top is an incredible journey.
This is the 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
And so it all comes down to this. The time of year when champions rise to wear the crown of greatness. We're gonna be kids.
AFL.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang!
That is a moment of inspiration.
Did he find one early? Oh, yes, he could! We're gonna be. How much do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids. That's around the body. Sensational goal. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle. 40 out. What a superstar. An individual piece of brilliance. We're gonna be kids. A hand pass, a ball, a buddy bender, a buddy beauty.
And that's what brings fans through the game.
Pass out to the right, snaps on goal, superb finish. And he's making his moment count. From 55 out, oh, the power absolutely on fire. He's off and running like a track star. Takes a bounce into the open goal and pops it through from 50 now. With the cork from 55. That is the cream of the cake.
The 2021 AFL Final Series.
Fridge snapping, Fridge goaling. The Demons are in rhythm. Taranto gets it. Curling snap. He's hit it beautifully. It's a good-looking kick off the boot. How do you like that? That's an absolute beauty. Magnificent. The roar will tell you the story. Cue the noise. The captain delivered to the big moment. Buckle up. It's going to be a big few weeks.
The 2021 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Geelong make their way out onto Perth Stadium Desperate to avoid going out in straight sets, and they're up against the GWS side that has had to overcome the odds on so many occasions throughout season 2021. They began 0-3 with question marks around their coach, and they won 4 of their final 5 games to storm into the finals. They've been super impressive, but tonight they go in without one of their superstars. Toby Green suspended, and the news filtering through, Jesse Hogan, who is due to play his 100th game, is also out. He misses with a calf injury. It was already going to be tough against the Cats. For the Giants, it's just got even tougher. Welcome to you on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron. It's going to be a big one for both of these teams, Ben. The crowd's slowly building, expecting around 42,000 or thereabouts tonight. Great to see for finals footy. A big crowd in, hopefully. The game itself, and there's no reason to suspect otherwise, lives up to its billing. Welcome to you.
Yeah, thank you, Clint. It's appropriate too. Geelong just warming up at the Farmer Freeway end of the ground. Of course, the West Aussie who headed over to Geelong and played so well for the Cats and became a legend of this code. But also the theme song for the Cats ringing out around the ground. A lot of people forget this, but John K. Watts, who was a West Australian who also went over and played for the Cats, originally from East Perth, he actually composed and wrote that song. So appropriate to hear that ringing out around Perth Stadium ahead of this match. Jeremy Cameron against his former side. He wears the number 5 that was made famous by Polly Farmer. So it is very fitting out west. The Cats with a lot of fans based in WA as they take on the Giants, Clint.
If you're looking for another omen, it is the Graham Farmer Freeway that runs just to the north of Perth Stadium. The Farmer Freeway then going around to the side. So the Farmer Freeway to the left of our broadcast position here at Perth Stadium. The Cats warming up downstairs in the centre circles. The Giants having some shots at goal at the city end of the stadium. We're lucky enough to be joined by 3 experts tonight. One of them a very special guest, Shane Woden, of course, always with us, a Brownlow medalist. Very keen to see how Melbourne go as well in this finals campaign. He'll get a look at them next week. Sharad Willingham, a premiership pie, and a very special guest for the first time on Grandstand AFL, dual premiership cat, Harry Taylor. Welcome to all of you. Great to have you all on board. Lots to talk about. Let's get your thoughts. How does this all pan out? Shane, Sharad, Harry, what are you expecting tonight? Do the Giants have to make the Cats accountable, as we've seen other teams not quite be so enthusiastic as playing 6 in their forward line? How do the Giants go without the likes of Toby Green? As you're the guest, Harry, you get to kick things off. Welcome.
No, thanks very much for having me on. I'm a bit nervous, but certainly very excited. It's going to be a rip of a game. For me, it's about the Cats just trying to actually control the ball better than they did last week. I didn't feel like they could get their hands on it enough. They like to slow the game down. They like to play a contested style of game. I thought Port Adelaide just brought the pressure, played on where they could, and made it very difficult for Geelong to get the game on their terms, Shane.
They didn't defend well last week either, did they, Harry, Sharad? They allowed 107 marks. Probably didn't delay the opposition enough either as well. So that would be something that you're looking to rectify tonight as well, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. I don't know about you, but I felt like it was probably a little bit of coaching that went into it a little bit as well. Like, I would have loved to have Geelong to have sent up a forward into the midfield and played maybe an extra mid up there and not allowed the Port defence to have such control over that game as they did last week. So they'll be, I don't know, trying to make their GWS defenders really accountable. And I don't know, like you said, Harry, if they're trying to still maintain that slow ball movement and contested style of footy, this ground is pretty conducive to being able to control the footy. So I think that could probably tick the box for them in that regard.
Harry, is it a control more around D50, but once they get more to centre back, they want to go a little bit faster, or generally looking to control it more around the arcs as well?
Yes, probably all over the ground, to be honest, Wowie. Yeah. Geelong have got some super quick players. Don't underestimate how fast some of their players are. I think 4 or 5 players on their list have won the grand final sprint. So they're quick, but they don't necessarily play quick. What Geelong want to do is just control the ball, take marks, control the ball till they get it to sort of their 50, their forward arc, and then use it inside 50 the right way. That's probably the Geelong blueprint that when they play their best.
And the interesting part of all of that is it feels like they're swimming upstream to what the rest of the competition are doing. Richmond, chaos. Melbourne, pressure. They like to move the ball quickly, sort of embrace imperfection, whereas Geelong don't. Throughout last year and this year, they've averaged about 18 turnovers per game. In the grand final last year, it was 26, and in the qualifying final last week, it was 25. So the question is, does that method stand up when the pressure's at its hottest in the finals, and can it? Harry, you're the one who's lived it.
Yeah, well, those stats probably show that it's more difficult. That's one thing that finals bring, more pressure. The ability to control the ball is harder. You need to generally kick it a little bit longer, kick it a little bit wider at stages. So I'm sure Geelong have spoken about how they're going to attack the game. They're certainly going to talk about their defence this week, although I know they would have, because they did give up far too many marks, particularly in the back 50. So I'm sure that the Geelong Cats have had a lot of meetings. They've been in lockdown, so there's plenty of reason and plenty of time to have those meetings. But I'm sure they would have spoken about certainly just how they're going to play and attack this game.
So how did GWS replace Toby Green? We've seen Taranto go to that role before. We've seen Bruin try to fill that role. Or is it simply you can't replace Toby Green and you just hope that as a group you're going to be able to do something?
I don't think you can replace Toby at all. His influence in the game over the last couple of years has probably been the most important at GWS, and I think that compounded now with Hogan being out, that forward line is going to be pretty dry. So it's going to be a matter of everyone just having to raise the bar a little bit to pick up that slack of those couple of players. But yeah, he's a pretty enormous out. And I suppose what's the game plan that GW? What do you reckon Geelong have been in there this week saying this is what GWS are going to bring up against us?
Yeah, I think they're going to try to. If I was GWS, I'd be trying to sort of play a quick style of game. I know they do that really well. They'll be talking about centre bounces being really important in getting the ball going forward. Try to outspread Geelong where they can. And probably attack from that back half as much as possible. We know they've got some great intercepting players down there. Probably just trying to force the play on a little bit more than maybe they usually would against other clubs.
Yeah, they were plus 12 at centre bounce last week, Geelong, and then get well beaten too. So they had field position from centre bounce and they just couldn't score going forward, which really hurt them. I like to see a bit more composed around the contest too. I thought panicked a little bit more, a bit hack forward, but rather dry their legs and sort of shape the ball a bit more and try to get through GWS. And not an easy task by any stretch, but a little bit more composure around the contest.
And one for us to watch will be scores from stoppages today, because throughout the season, Geelong have averaged about 4 goals conceded from stoppages throughout the year. That's blown out over the last 4 weeks to almost 40, and that's GWS's primary score source is from stoppages. So that'll be a big watching brief, I think, for us tonight to see how that's tracking, because if it is, it won't be good signs for Geelong.
There's a bit of heat on Himmelberg then tonight. Effectively, your only genuine name tall there. So that's why I thought Riccardi, even with Green out, Riccardi could have come in and maybe complemented that. But even now with Jesse out, we're not having Riccardi in there. So it's going to be a really interesting one. Where do they score and where those sources come from?
Yeah, that's going to be the key thing tonight, is how they might get it in there from stoppage and have some inside 50 dominance, but it's going to be how do they capitalise on that.
Because Geelong airily is a strength in their back half. So,
and I think they're going to move. I think Duncan did a really good job last week of trying to promote some faster ball movement, but they got Tui back out there tonight. That's a really big tick in my book for Geelong ball movement.
Tom Stewart beforehand played the straightest bat, as you would imagine, but no one wants to go out in straight sets. Would the players be feeling that at the moment, Harry Taylor, for the Cats? And also knowing at their age, there are question marks. Is this the last roll of the dice for the Cats? Would they know how much could be at stake for this club tonight?
Oh, for sure. And especially with Joel's sort of milestone as well. That would be a really significant one after a disappointing loss in Hawks 300th. So the Cats will definitely be speaking about that and making sure that it's not two finals losses in a row.
As we mentioned beforehand, but Harry Taylor touching on it again for the Geelong Cats. What a night, particularly for their captain. His 10th year as their skipper, Joel Selwood, going 333 6-time All-Australian, 3-time best and fairest, and of course a 3-time premiership player as well. No player as of tonight will have worn the hoops more often than he has. He goes past Corey Enright. His record was 332 games. Both teams coming across to the commentary wing. The Cats to the left of our broadcast position. The Giants wearing the charcoal away kit that they do like to favour, with the stenciled G on the front at the right of the logo. The umpires, who tonight will be Chris Donlan, Ray Chamberlain and Simon Meredith. They stand on the edge of the centre square as we wait for the welcome to country and the official proceedings to happen. Crowd starting to build, as we said, expecting around 40,000. Still very early in the West, just 5:45 WA time. Let's head downstairs.
Welcome you to the second semi-final between the Geelong Cats and the GWS Giants. The AFL acknowledges the Noongar people, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invite you to direct your attention to the big screens for the welcome to country.
Welcome to the 2021 Toyota AFL Finals. The first semi-final is between the Geelong Cats and the GWS Giants at Optus Stadium. Kaya, nunak janangan wajak boja, ngala mot boja, wen boja, kobrak boja. Maman janang nunak janangan balangan wabernin. Purawan nunak wot ko nunak karak nunak boja nunak mot. Maman janang nunak kayawa. You're looking at Wajak country. This is the land of our people, spiritual country. It's a place where we've been gathering and creating stories for thousands of years. We ask the good spirit to watch over us and keep us safe, and at the end of the game, take each and every one of you back home safely to your families. Bola nyonga bola 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 nyonga bola bola nganor boja boja boja.
Please join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
Both teams break. The Cats running to, appropriately, the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. The Giants to the city end. Terrific scene. Still bright blue skies above Perth Stadium. The Cats and the Giants. Let's find out what it is like downstairs. A very warm welcome to the final member of our team, Bridget Lacey. What is it like down there? Welcome.
Good evening, Clint. It is a privilege to be here. It's beautiful conditions, a cool 14 degrees, as you mentioned, blue skies overhead, and it's been dry today, which is good news as well, because there was a bit of wet weather around yesterday. So a beautiful surface for these players to play on, and I know from the stadium this is their ideal start time to show off just what this stadium can do. 42,000 tickets sold for this match, so still plenty of people to arrive, but it is a tough place to get to at this time of night. The starting benches for both teams, for Geelong, Brandon Parfitt, Max Holmes, Jed Buse and Brad Close, and the medical sub is Zach Guthrie. And for the Giants, Tanner Bruin, Lockie Ash, Daniel Lloyd, Connor Iden, and the medi sub is James Peatling.
Thank you, Bridget. Again, repeating for GWS, Jesse Hogan, the laid out. Bill Davis, the former captain, comes in for the Cats. The medical sub is Zach Guthrie, so Sean Higgins managed, but not coming in has been the medical sub. Medical sub is he's not a youngster, he's 21 years of age, but in his first final, just his fourth game, James Peatling for the Giants. The first time these two sides have met in a final. Which way are we tipping? Shane Woden.
Cats.
Sharad.
Cats.
Harry.
Cats.
Benny.
This could be really bad news for Cats fans. I'm going the Cats. Which way are you going, Clint?
Oh, this is terrible news for Geelong supporters right around the nation. I'll be tipping the Cats as well. And we know what happens when the grandstand team goes the one way. Toss of the coin downstairs, Ben.
Yeah, so Stephen Cornelio and GWS have won the toss. The Giants will kick to the city end in the first term.
GWS have prevailed the last 3 times these sides have met. There's some tremendous matchups right around the ground. The winner stays in Perth to take on Melbourne in a preliminary final. So quite literally, it's go hard or go home. Geelong versus the Giants. Ben Cameron to get us underway on Grandstand AFL.
Stanley and Mumford, they eye each other down. Stanley goes early, wins the tap, straight down to Dangerfield, taken down in the Cornelio tackle. And the umpire says it's held in. So we'll get a secondary ball up to start. Umpire Meredith puts it aloft again. Stanley straight to Cornelio. Off the side of his left boot, out towards the southern wing. Bouncing ball. Selwood comes through, clatters into Ward. Then picking it up, Kolajasny gets a handball away to Selwood. Sells some candy. Kicks the Cats to half forward. Haynes goes back, juggles the mark. Courageous stuff. Radigalia coming the other way. Nick Haynes takes the mark at left half back for GWS. Inside the opening minute, no scorers yet.
Great start from Haynes. Kicks towards the outer side. Up is Stanley. Marks just in front of the logo, southern wing. Stanley will look to move it short. Finds Hawkins. Marks. Pauses for a moment. Assesses the option. Comes infield. The Cats game's record holder now in Selwood. He'll move it short as well. Going to build up here. An opportunity again for the Cats to come forward through Duncan. From the outer edge of the centre square, he'll go inside forward 50. Myers couldn't mark. Haynes got a hand pass away to Ward. Ward with a clearing kick in the middle of the ground.
To Taranto, who gives it off to Bobby Hill. Off he goes, away to the races. Kicks towards Himmelberg. Henry comes across, does well. Halves the contest. Himmelberg goes again. Handball to Taranto, drops it. And Geelong will rebound. Kolajasny kicks into the middle of the ground. Radigalia coming one way, Taylor the other. Ball hits the deck. Comes out to Hawkins, bumped off his kick, goes to half forward. Smith picks it up for the Cats on the right, kicks to the goal square, bouncing ball, trying to get it on the boot, Cameron. He can't quite gather it. Into the post it goes, a minor score to start for the Cats.
Given up a spare early, GWS, so De Boer starting as a forward, coming in and running with Dangerfield.
So one behind Geelong, GWS yet to score, 2 minutes played.
To Whitfield between fullback and centre halfback, kicks in the middle of the ground. Spoil came down from the Cats. Nicely worked by Blitzarves. It bounces around. Hopper gathers it for the Giants. They've got a player on his own inside forward 50. Sproul couldn't mark. Able to gather. Turns. Goes towards goal. He's missed. Should have taken the mark and then rushed the kick. He misses to the left. A minor score. Scores level opening 2.5 minutes here on Grandstand AFL. The semi-final between the Cats and the Giants.
Duncan taking the kick in, goes short to Kolajasny, who drops it as well. Gives it off by hand to Tui, who kicks around the southern wing and leading up. Myers will mark low down. It's a handball back to Tui, back in the team. Runs to the wing, drives it long, looking for Radigalia. Davis in front. He gets a hand to it, knocks it out. A player throw in at right half forward here for the Cats. One minor score apiece, 3 minutes in.
Already some early finals nerves there. Semi-final, everything on the line, couple of drop marks.
Both teams know they probably could have had a goal on the board. Mumford won it down. De Boer, hand pass to Kelly for the Giants. Hand pass over the shoulder to Ward, now to Whitfield. Couldn't get away from Rowan. Got tackled. That's Ping for holding the ball. So Rowan gets himself the free kick. Has been under pressure for performances in his last couple of games. Will he get a big game tonight? He kicks inside forward 50. Giants had numbers there off hands. It spills down to Smith, who snaps.
More time, didn't he?
He had more time.
Just the minor score out to the left-hand side. 2 behinds the Cats. The Giants 1 behind. 3:47 gone in the opening term. I guess emblematic of what you'd expect in a do-or-die semi-final.
So coming with the kick in, decides to go long, and a really good kick. Finds the chest of Steen at left half back. He kicks to the run here of Bruin, who gathers on the bounce, arches his back, gets away a handball. It goes straight to the boundary, and Razor Ray rushes over and says that's deliberate. So the Cats to get it just backward of the wing with Tui, who kicks around the boundary line, looking for Myers, who's clattered into. But out of play offhand, so we'll get a throw in. Neutral territory on the southern wing here at Perth Stadium. Clint Wilden, myself, Ben Cameron, Sherrod Wellingham, Shane Woden and Harry Taylor. The Cats 2 behinds, GWS 1, 4.5 played in the first.
All hurled back into play. Mumford won it down, hits the deck. Stanley tried to shovel it out. And then Gower wraps up his giant opponent, gets him a little bit high. Free kick to GWS on the logo, out of sight. It's Hopper who'll emerge from that tackle. He bounces up. Looks for an option immediately. Nothing on, so he goes on a little bit of a trundle from true centre wing. Kicks inside the forward 50. Punch came from Henry. Down towards Colin Jasny in the right back pocket. Tui gathers, takes it towards the boundary line. Gets a hand pass away down the line as he's bumped over. It's going to be a throw-in. Did that very well, Zach Tui. It's going to be a throw-in the left forward pocket. Back in the team this week. One of a number of changes. Radaglia and Holmes also coming in for the Cats. They lead by a behind. 2 behinds, 1 behind the score. 5 gone in the opening term.
Stanley and Mumford. Stanley hooks it down, trying to pick it up. Hopper, he was being held. Or he wasn't. There's a holding free kick. No, it will go to Hopper. Guthrie was just hanging on to him. And Hopper can go back and try and kick the first major of this match. It'll be a tough ask. Worse than a 45-degree angle to the left. Man on the mark, 40 metres out.
Pick up by the arm.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a tug on the arm, wasn't it?
They'll challenge Geelong, the GWS mids. Got some talent through that line.
10 goals, 6 on the season for Jacob Hopper from 45 metres out. He's tugged it. He misses to the left-hand side, a minor score.
Have a tough day, Paddy, tonight with De Boer.
So 2 minor scores apiece through the opening 6 minutes.
So beyond defensive 50, it's going to be turned over. Not quite. Rowan has been given the mark. Taken high as well out of that from De Boer. So Rowan will turn. Send it back inside his defensive 50. Now a chance for Henderson. Looks to Tui, who marks it right half back. Sorrento goes to try and stop him from playing on. He'll pop it short to Duncan. Work their way down the southern wing. Kick is onto the chest of Menengola. Stands a metre in from the boundary on true centre wing. Scores level, as Ben told you. 2 behinds apiece. Geelong just content. Take it slowly again. The kick is long towards right half forward. Davis comes towards it. Marked strongly in front of Radaglia. He has it hard up against the boundary. He's about 55 out from his defensive goal at left half back. Scores level, 2 behinds apiece, 7 gone opening term. Grandstand AFL.
Davis goes really short. Now GWS under pressure. Iden gets it off to Haynes, who switches. A good kick to Taylor. Goes for a little run. Beyond the defensive paint of 50 for the Giants. A kick to the wing looking for Lloyd. Has to try and trap it. Smith there with him for the Cats. He picks it up. Gets a handball to Rowan. Rowan's dragged to deck. Umpire says holding the ball. Ash on top of him. And Ash has got him. So Lockie Ash to have it. Neutral territory on the northern wing. Scores level, 2 behinds apiece. 8 minutes played, opening term, Grandstand AFL.
Ash kicks towards right half forward. Mumford comes towards it. Punch came from Stanley. Spills out to Sproul. The Giants hand pass the ball. Hand pass on again. Trying to get the hurried kick away was Stone. He's missed the lot. The ball tumbling across the boundary line at left full forward for a throw-in.
Geelong already 10 marks. Be pretty happy with the way they're controlling the ball. This is a start that they definitely would have been after.
Connor Stone in his first final. And the nerves just a little bit much. Can't stop the head of Mumford came down to Parford of the Cats. To Selwood. Got a hand pass in the direction of the boundary line. Stanley will follow the ball to the line. It'll be a throw in again. Still in the left forward pocket for the Giants. The scores remain 2 behinds apiece. The Cats and the Giants on Grandstand AFL. 9 gone in the opening quarter.
So Stanley and Mumford again. Mumford brings it down in front. Taranto coming through. Selwood, handball away to Kolajasny, who backfeeds a handball to Tui. Tui thumps it to the wing in the Radaglia direction. Davis there with him. Davis brings it down in front, and Menegola paddles it out. So a throw in, southern wing of Perth Stadium. Still scores level 9 minutes in, 2 behinds apiece. Geelong have lost their last 5 opening terms, so they'll be hoping to get a good start here. At least stylistically, as Harry said, they have. Neither ruckman with the tap. Kelly on the bounce. Clever little tap. Away now. Ward. He's tackled. Caught. Parfit. He's got him. Duncan picks it up. It'll come back. In fact, it'll be a dangerous tackle, or in the back?
In the back.
In the back. It'll go to Ward on the logo on the southern wing. 2 behinds apiece. Almost 10 minutes played in the opening term.
Sure about that.
So the Giants switch play. This is out towards Idun. Has the ball just on the edge of the centre square, Coventry side. Kick deep towards full forward. Big pack underneath it. Stanley punches it down. Cornelio tries to get there. Got a little nudge from Hughes. Enough to put him off as he tried to soccer the ball towards goal. It's a minor score again. The Giants hit the front by 1 behind. 3 behinds placed 2 behinds.
That's where they'll struggle tonight.
They just don't have that structure forward of the ball at the moment. They're moving the ball pretty well, but just haven't got that clear option when they are going inside 50.
So Tui with the kick in. Goes really short to the pocket and finds Henderson. Didn't have his best week last week against Port Adelaide, Lockie Henderson. In the left back pocket, he kicks beyond defensive 50, looking for Henry Long. Comes down in front, roving well, Blitzarves, handball to Buse. Now the Cats down the northern wing. Buse puts it under the arm, runs away from them, kicks towards Cameron. He can gather on the bounce. Back feeds a handball back to Brian Myers. Myers, a little kick along the ground, clever to Parfit. He gives it back to Buse. Buse to Cameron in the pocket, centres it unselfishly and finds Menegola. Brilliant kick, Jeremy Cameron. And Menegola marks 35 out. Slight angle to the right-hand side.
Like what Buse did at half-back. Ability to be composed in traffic, drive his legs, get past the first line of tackle and find an uncomposed possession. Really clever.
Usually a reliable kick. Menegola comes in and he misses away to the right. So a few nerves in front of goal perhaps. 3 minor scores for both sides. 12 minutes played in this opening term.
The curse.
I think I mozzed it.
You did.
Sorry, Geelong fans right around the country.
You're already having to...
Crowd's filling in too. Stadium's looking very good.
Carry the weight of the ball, tipping them as Whitfield beyond defensive 50. Good kick. Pretty good mark too from De Boer. Huge amount of experience out there for Matt De Boer. Game 211. Former Docker. His career was over when delisted. Has found a genuine home at the Giants. Kicks towards right half forward. Mumford almost had enough of it. Cornelio off the deck to Taranto. His kick bounced straight into Himmelberg. Kelly going through, couldn't get a kick away. Neither could Guthrie of the Cats, and the ball's eventually locked in. Attacking edge of the centre square, right half forward for the Giants. Kelly was in there for a second time. Cornelio up against Buse. He'll hand the ball back to umpire Ray Chamberlain. Throws it aloft. 1 down by Stanley of the Cats. Whitfield, though, gathered it first. To Kelly, then to Perryman. Kicks the Giants into the right forward pocket. Ball's allowed to bounce. Henry tracks it alongside Cornelio over the boundary line. It's about 10 metres to the right of the goals for the Giants at the city end of the ground, to the right of our broadcasting position. It'll be thrown back in. It's been tight. Genuine tussle. 3 behinds apiece. 13 gone opening term.
Mumford works his way to the front. Open palm down in front. Menegola onto the footy. Handball to Dangerfield. Cats in their defensive goal square. Now Menegola in the back pocket. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Cameron comes up and crashes the pack. And then him and Perryman They go at it. Cameron wasn't happy with the treatment. Jezza against his former side for the first time. And he has a bit to say to Perryman. A throw in at right half forward for the Giants. Mumford again in front. Stanley flicks it down. Coming through Duncan. He loses it. A free kick. Duncan was taken high. He'll get the free kick. Well, Dangerfield will take the advantage and kick towards the wing.
He does. The spoil from Iden got the ball away and out of the hands of Rowan, right up against the boundary line between the two interchange gates. It's over for a throw-in.
There was a bit in that, wasn't there?
It went in. Just
I think there was a little bit of familiar face. Just have a laugh. Jeremy looked like he was enjoying it.
Still both on the Christmas card list, you reckon, as Mumford wins it down. Taken, though, by the Cats. Smith kicks towards centre half forward. Close, couldn't mark. Going back, coming, couldn't pick it up either. Cameron got a hand pass, too close. He's 45 out from goal. Bounces a kick into the right forward pocket. Now an opportunity for Holmes, who's tackled over the boundary line. The umpire says we'll ball it up. Good defence again, coming from the Giants under real pressure. They're able to hang on. 3 behinds apiece. Score remains level. Crowd just looking for a spark in this game at the moment. It's throwing in again. Hawkins won it down. De Boer ran over the top. Mumford tries to pick it up. Tackled by Parfitt. Didn't have any prior. Will ball it up once more. Still in the right forward pocket as far as the Cats are concerned. 3 behinds apiece. 15 gone. Opening quarter. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and News Radio.
Mumford gets hands to it. Hopper emerges with the footy. Handball away. Dangerfield gathers. Snaps it back to the hot spot. Looking for a marker. Oh, Taylor drops the mark. The Cats coming through. They can't gather it. Taylor goes back and picks it up. Gets a handball away to Hill. His kick partially smothered. Iden tries to come and help out, and eventually it's knocked out of play by Close. So a throw in 40 metres around from the attacking goal for the Cats. Cats with 3 behinds. GWS 3 behinds. 15 and a half into the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Spun back into play. Mumford surely got shoved out of that by Hawkins. He was. It'll be a free kick to the Giants.
Genuine heavyweight bout, that one, isn't it?
He likes to back shoulder at forward 50, doesn't he, at the stoppage?
The kick was not great. Hawkins was able to get it down. Now a chance for the Cats. Radaglia looking to hand pass it away. It came to Parfitt. Then Kelly's kick. It was smothered too. Back to De Boer. Mumford with a second chance to get rid of it, but only as far as Duncan. Marks it left half forward. Hands it straight to Henderson. He'll pop it short. Myers marks. 51 out from goal at left half forward. He decides to set it towards the teeth of goal. Front position, Cameron. Kick. Has he been paid the mark or the free kick? It is against the Giants defender. It's against Steen. So right up against the boundary in the left forward pocket. Cameron now with a chance to kick the Cats first. It's the arm over the shoulder. Cameron looks to snap. Cameron goes. At last, the major. It arrives 17 minutes into the opening term, and it comes off the boot of a player up against his old side for the first time. Jeremy Cameron sees Geelong to 139. The Giants 3 behinds. 17 gone in the opening term on Grandstand AFL. Shane Woden, Sharrod Willingham and Harry Taylor, our experts.
It kicked in favour of him initially, did he? Myers.
Yeah, you never know. You never really know where. You can probably talk to us about that. You never really know where Myers is going to be kicking it. You can't tell by his body language, certainly, where he's going to be aiming the ball. But I think he probably did try and pop that one over to Cameron. And, when you look at the replay back, it was pretty advantaged side. But talk us through Myers' kicking action.
It's unique and it's very hard to read. It's not something you teach, but it's effective.
It always comes off all right, but if you're, like you're saying, if you're a forward, you don't know where he's lining up or what, is he going to kick it over there? Is it going left?
Back in the middle, Mumford decisively wins the tap. He follows up. There's a high free kick. It'll go the way of the Giants, and Perryman will get it. He flares it quickly to the wing. Taranto looks inside 50 for the Giants, trying to find Hill. Hill brings it to ground, then runs onto the footy, gives it off to Ward. A sidestep, a shot. It'll fall short. It'll go to the goal square, and the mark taken by Henry on the last line for the Cats. Henry goes short. Not the required 15. Gets it to Guthrie, who waits his kick. It's a good kick as well. It finds Atkins almost at the junction of the 50 and the boundary line. So Geelong 1-3-9 leading GWS 3 behinds. 18.5 played in the first.
Atkins told to move it on. Finds close. Goes up. Long sleeve jumper on as usual. Takes the mark. Plays on quickly. Looking to find Rowan. Haynes brought it to ground. Rowan was able to bounce up. Gathered. Kicked inside forward 50. Davis up against Hawkins. Hawkins went to ground. He's been given the free kick. Keen to have a look on the replay. Davis threw his arms up in the air as if to say, no real contact there. Not a lot in that at all.
Got his arm early.
Yeah, got him early, and then Tommy's tried to throw the arms up.
Bit of rub of the green early. The Cats inside forward 50.
Smart play, good forward craft from Tommy Hawkins. That's what 300-odd games will get you.
Takes a big, deep breath, Tom Hawkins. Looking for the Cats second. Normally very good with the set shot. 45-degree angle to the right. Kicks on its way from 47 out. It looked pretty good. Oh, it's hit the left-hand goalpost. Frustration for both teams in front of goal tonight and the supporters. 1-4-10. The Cats, 3 behinds the Giants. 20 gone in the opening turn.
Coming short to the pocket. And the kick in for the Giants. And Iden goes to the wing and Davis. Hawkins slaps it out of his hands. The umpire says play on. Now the both of them fight after it. Close to the boundary line. Hawkins extracts it. It's a handball away to Guthrie. It gives it away to Smith. He snaps to half forward. Bouncing ball. It just pitches in play. And out of bounds for a throw in. 40 metres around from the Cats attacking goal at the Farmer Freeway end of the ground. Very appropriate too, Jeremy Cameron. Wearing the number 5, made famous by Polly Farmer. Kicks the first goal to the Farmer Freeway end. As Hawkins in front, tries to hack it out of the air with his boot. The players pile on. No surprises, Selwood at the bottom of the pack. A ball up, 45 out. Geelong leading by 7 points. They're 1-4. GWS 3 behinds.
Hopper is able to emerge with the footy. Throws it on the boot, kicks into the centre square. Looking to tap it on. Hill. Gathered by Tui, coming the other way for the Cats. Hand pass to Buse. Cornelio's in front of him, has time to think about the options. Kicks to a 2-on-2 at right half forward. Dangerfield up. Crashing into the pack. Couldn't take the mark though. It spills over the boundary line for a throw-in. Right half forward for Geelong. Been some good players wear the number 5. As you mentioned, Polly Farmer, Gary Ablett, one of the all-time greats. Travis Varco, another one. One down by Sproul, doing the ruck work against Ratugolea. Ash is able to work it forward for the Giants to Ward. Now an opportunity to spin out of trouble. This is Bruin. He'll thump it long inside forward 50 for the Giants. No mark taken. Front position. The Giants had it for a moment, then Henry got wrapped up. Lloyd thought he might have been able to take the mark, not to be. Henry gathered, got tackled, taken to ground. Ball up the call.
Well, not to cough it up, didn't he?
Very well.
Throwing up again. Who can emerge with it? Cornelio trying to get a hand pass out to Lloyd. Kick was ricocheted off the shins. I think Ratugolea was the player standing there. Spilled out to the side. Taken by Myers of the Cats. Now to Tui. Hand pass in the direction of Atkins. Gathers up against the boundary. To Myers again. Hand pass to Selwood. Once more they work it around. Atkins just got bumped as he got a kick away. Ward dives over the top of the football. He hasn't looked to really get this out. He might be in stride. Cats fans delighted. It's tough. Umpire deciding he made no effort, and Smith rewarded with the free kick. He's got it at right half back for the Cats, who lead by 7. 23 gone in the first.
Smith kicks as long as he can towards half forward. Hawkins brings it to ground. Tries to apply a shepherd to allow Myers to get it. He's tackled quickly by Kelly. Eventually the ball jars out. Now picking it up, Rowan. Handball away to Selwood. Selwood snaps it inside 50. Haynes tracks it back for the Giants. Has time to gather. Takes a bounce. Runs across the last line. Draws a man. Feeds a handball to Perryman. And now Perryman will kick towards the wing. Trying to find Himmelberg. Blitzarves comes across. Blitzarves spoils it down. Now Buse for Geelong. He picks it up. Handball to Cameron. Handball misses Blitzarves. Allows Himmelberg in. He tries to keep it in. He does. He does. I think it went out. The umpire says play on. Now Hopper picks it up for the Giants on the wing. Gives it off to Hill, who kicks to half forward.
Spills down to Bruin. Gathers up against the boundary line, kicks towards full forward. Ash turns, can't get there first. Dangerfield coming back under pressure from Ash. Hand pass to Smith, back to Tui of the Cats. Hand pass again to Smith. From left full back, he'll kick beyond defensive 50. He's done really well. Menegola went up with the fist. Couldn't make clean contact. Spill down to Bruin again. Now to Hopper. Goes looking for Cornelio. Punch came from Guthrie. Really well done to Atkins. He goes beyond defensive 50. The Cats withstand the pressure. Stanley back to Guthrie, who's at left half back. And he'll pop it forward towards centre wing. It's met by Henderson, who's happy enough to be tackled over the boundary line for what will be a throw-in. They're standing up when required, the Cats. 1-4-10 Geelong. 3 behinds the Giants. 24 gone in the opening term. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital.
Stanley soccers it out of the ruck, then goes and gathers it. He's tackled high. Perryman just wrapping him up. Gents, it feels like GWS struggling with that structure forward of the ball as Stanley comes infield to Atkins. His kick into the middle of the ground, dodgy. It allows in Hill momentarily. Holmes there to mop it up for the Cats. Handball to Duncan. Handball to Tui on the logo. Clever little kick out in front of Kolajasny. So between wing and right half forward here, the Cats. Kolajasny pokes it onto Tui. 55 out. Runs to 52. Kicks to the goal square. In the goal square. The mark is taken. Close. Stands up. And from close range kicks the goal. 1 metre out. He's able to pop it through. And Geelong with a dream start. They're 2-4-16. GWS 3 behinds. A couple of minutes away from quarter time on Grandstand AFL.
That's a great goal by Close. He looks to me like he's got the match up on Haynes. He's paying pretty close attention to him. Not getting too far away. Trying to lead up where he can and then get over the back at times. But to get a goal against a great intercepting player like that, certainly give him some confidence and reiterate to the coaches that it looks like they've made a really good move.
Some nice fast ball movement then as well. I really like the way that Geelong brought that ball all the way up the ground, and I mentioned it pre-game, but Tui being in there, handball receive and deep inside 50, that's just really good football to see.
Just got to keep changing the angles on GWS, don't they? I reckon holding their width. It's been really important early for them.
2-4, plays 3 behinds, ball back in the middle. Bounce to the footy by umpire Ray Chamberlain. Stanley slaps it forward. Ward met it first for the Giants. Hand pass back. Stolen away by Holmes, though. Kicks around the body, wanting Radaglia. Punched away from him. Oh, free kick.
Third one.
Again against Steen. Free kick given away in the right forward pocket. It'll come back to Radaglia with a chance to kick the Cats third.
Odd decision from Ward at the centre bounce. Had possession, and instead of trying to hold it in and take maybe a stoppage or give away a free kick, he just wanted to free it up because the temptations there, and there was just a free inside 50 for Geelong.
10-4 for the season. Back into the team this week. Radaglia from 40 metres out, just to the right of centre, and he's missed. It's been a story of the night. Cats, though, still in front, 2-5-17, playing 3 behinds, 27 gone in the first.
Even though he missed that, they do have a good record with Radaglia in the team this year, Geelong. 11-2 with him, 5-5 without him as Perryman receives the kick in, sends it to the wing. Henry in front, takes the sprawling mark. Just forward of the logo, so Henry to send the Cats back inside 50 in the Radaglia direction. Through the hands of Taylor, out the back it goes. And now GWS should mop up. Steen, handball over the top, looking for Kelly. Goes to ground. It allows Holmes in. Snaps the Cats back to the pocket. No mark taken. Ball hits the deck. Steen will track it to the boundary line and see it out. And we'll get a throw in right forward pocket here for the Cats. 2-5-17. They lead the GWS Giants. 3 behinds, closing in on quarter time.
Ball put back into play. Both rucks allowed to bounce. Mumford tried to tap it around. Came with the ball. Just got his hands away to Steen. Coming. Forced to go back again. Stepping one way, then the other. Ash worked his way through for the Giants. Kicked beyond defensive 50. Hopper gathered the bouncing footy by leaping into the air and then was tackled before he could get A hand pass back into play by Henry over the line for a throw-in. Left half-back, between left half-back and centre wing, southern side of Perth Stadium. Closing stages of the opening term. Cats with the advantage by 14 points. Stanley wins it down. De Boer chases out after it, gathers for the Giants, kicks towards left half forward, and then just seeing it over the line, able to quite keep it in, was Sproul, who we know has a thumping kick on him from what we saw last weekend. Do the Giants, well, can they conjure something in the dying stages of this quarter? Without a goal so far in the term. From left half forward, it's thrown in. Stanley again with the telling tap. Ash has it for GWS. Couldn't get away from Parfitt, who goes down and immediately grabs his left hamstring. Is he in strife here? High up on the left hamstring. He's sitting over the boundary line. He's getting some attention as well. The ball will be spun back into play by the boundary umpire. Is he all right? Tells the support staff he's okay. Puts himself back into the fray. Ball thrown back in. Comes out in the direction of Duncan to Guthrie. Bounces a kick towards right half forward. Steen intercepts as the siren sounds. We'll keep an eye on Parfitt. Henry goes to make sure he's okay. He's been surrounded by physios for the moment. We'd ill afford to lose a player early on. Quarter time. The Cats lead 2-5-17 to the Giants 3 behinds. The Cats goal kickers Jeremy Cameron and Brad Close, 2 individuals, as we start the semi-finals. The second semi-finals, because of the way it structures up. Of course, tomorrow, Brisbane versus the Western Bulldogs at the Gabba. But here at Perth Stadium, quarter time, it's the Cats by 14 points. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
G'day, I'm Jan Fran.
Absolutely not true.
And we have a quiz show
Kinda.
that will put an end to fake news.
Slight overreach.
Catch the new show about getting your facts straight.
It showcases the best new comedians.
Yeah, that bit's true.
And it gives you the tools to tackle misinformation.
Question everything.
People call me misinformation.
Really?
Drop in for a new show with Will Anderson and Jan Fran. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and stream it on ABC iView.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Myers marks. 51 out from goal at left half forward. He decides to set it towards the teeth of goal front position. Cameron. Free kick. It is against the Giants defender. So right up against the boundary in the left forward pocket. Cameron now with a chance to kick the Cats first. Cameron looks to snap. Cameron goals. At last, the major.
Well, Jasny pokes it onto Tui. 55 out. Runs to 52. Kicks to the goal square. In the goal square. The mark is taken. Close stands up. And from close range, kicks the goal.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's quarter time. Geelong 2-5-17. The Giants are 3 behinds. Our experts on Grandstand AFL. Premiership players Sharrod Wellingham and Harry Taylor and Brownlow medalist Shane Woden. What have you made of that, gentlemen?
Yeah, well, it was like what we expected pre-game. I think GWS just didn't have the structure ahead of the ball, the options to provide, a target inside 50 just aren't there at the moment. I thought that they probably had some reasonably good ground position through a fair portion of that game, and Geelong's backline just held up really well. Everything that went in there, they seemed to be able to quell. And then, like you said, Harry, they were pretty happy to chip mark, and you can see they're 10 marks ahead at quarter time. That's pretty big telling tale there. So, yeah, Geelong just played to their strengths and moved the ball slow and steady. And when they got it in there, they had something to kick it to. A number of times where they just got it outside 50 and were happy to hit it to an inside forward 50 target. It just looked polar opposites in terms of having something ahead of the footy.
Yeah, it did. I think both teams tried to play a +1 or generate a +1 as much as they could. It was Haynes generally for GWS, and for Geelong it was generally Henry. But probably the defensive side of the game is what Geelong would certainly have really enjoyed about that first quarter. There's no doubt. If you can keep a team scoreless, particularly in a big final, goalless, they'd be pretty happy with that start.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought GWS is going to struggle to win contests ahead of the ball tonight with a ground or aerial. So they dominated in D50 Geelong too. Be able to just get the ball out there pretty easily. They can control it a bit more and, as I said, take more of their opportunities when they do go forward. Game could have been out of hand earlier, really. They left a bit out there, Geelong, I thought, initially.
From a GWS perspective, I reckon they've got to try and maybe just get everyone up the ground and play out the back Pagan's paddock or something like that.
Let's find out what's happening downstairs. Bridget Lacey.
Yeah, Brandon Parfitt, as you mentioned, was clutching at that left hamstring. He made a very slow wander over to the huddle. They worked on his left hamstring, the physios, for a minute or so, and then he limped to the bench and he's put the jacket on, and Zach Guthrie's joined the huddle. So I think that medical sub will be made for Geelong here, so bad news for Brandon Parfitt.
Knew he was in strife straight away. The moment he went to ground, grabbed the hamstring.
Season done.
Yep. You never like to see that.
Yeah, he could barely walk off the ground. I mean, he was in a lot of discomfort, so sad to see for Brandon Parfitt. Some of the numbers, Geelong, more of the football, 105 disposals, GWS 75. The one we've been highlighting, Geelong, 22 marks to 12 in that kick mark style they like to play. Clearances, GWS +1 there. Contested possessions, Geelong +6. Some of the individual ball winners on the ground so far, leading the way with 12 possessions is Zach Tui, and then Isaac Smith with 10, Jacob Hopper with 8, Matt De Boer with 6, the one that matters most. Geelong leading by 14 points.
Lots of people getting involved in the text. Couple of really intriguing questions too. Mike from Kyneton asked one about are the Cats getting tired? They've been a great side for a long time, but they've looked old and tired. How will they go in the third and fourth quarter? We'll see, Mike. Thank you for getting in touch. We'll have a chat to the players we've got with us here who've been through the sort of thing the Cats have had to go through. Admittedly, not in COVID times, so Harry will be able to help us out with some of those challenges. We'll have a chat with them at halftime and afterwards as well. Grant from Waterloo says, "G'day to everyone." He's a GWS Giants Foundation member, cheering them on. Enjoying the call as usual from Waterloo. In regards to Bridget Lacey downstairs, there you go, Bridge. Shout out to you as well. Karen of Sunshine in Melbourne, "G'day, big Cats fan. I hope they win. When they played the Giants not long ago, how much did GWS win by? It was a 19-point win that game back in round 21 at Cardinia Park. They were without a number of key players too. Saw Toby Green suspended again, of course, trying to fend off Dangerfield. He did cop a week for that. Cummins had 34 coming. Taranto had 34 and 2 goals. And Whitfield had 34 disposals that day as well. Selwood 27 back in that day at Cardinia Park. That was a terrific game. Kylie from Daysdale is with us, enjoying the call, guys. Thank you very much for getting in touch. And we'd love to hear from you wherever you happen to be. 0437 774 774. If you're in the ground, let us know what is the atmosphere like at Perth Stadium as we're underway in this second term. Stanley went up, Mumford stayed down. Mumford got the tap, but it comes out to the Cats to Tui. Had it knocked out of his grasp by Kelly. Ball on the deck. Kelly will emerge with it for the Giants to Cornelio. Rowan put him under real pressure. Got a hand pass out the side, and Cameron's in there battling hard. Still the ball pinballing around. Stanley tries to gather it. He's tackled to ground by Mumford. The umpire eventually says, we'll ball it up. Outer edge of the centre circles. 2-5-17 plays 3 behinds. Cats in front. Opening 30 seconds, second term.
Mumford wins the tap down. No one able to gather it. Dangerfield does. He's tackled by Hopper. And it comes out to Ward. Kicks the Giants inside 50. Bouncing ball. Henderson gathers. Snaps it back towards the middle of the ground. Dangerfield sprawling. A nice mark. He gets a little shove from De Boer. Trying to take the advantage. The Cats that'll have to come back. So Dangerfield to get the free kick in the middle of the ground. Eventually Hawkins returns it.
Muriel from Heathridge is enjoying the coverage. Her first final since 1994. She's here at the ground tonight. Glad you could be with us, Muriel. Thanks for listening in on ABC Radio and everyone else listening around the nation on News Radio and also, of course, on ABC Sport Digital.
Long time between drinks as Dangerfield slips over kicking. Seems to be okay. Taylor comes up and intercept marks for the Giants on the arc of the defensive 50.
Happens every week here, doesn't it?
14 points, Geelong's lead.
Kick in the direction of Perryman. Selwood put him under pressure. Couldn't mark it. Perryman spills over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. Bridget Lacey's downstairs. Bridge.
Confirmation from Geelong. It's definitely a hamstring for Brandon Parfitt, and Zach Guthrie's ready to join the game. And they didn't put the ice straight on it, which I don't think is a great sign, is it? And he did look very sore.
Tendon.
Thrown back in. Stanley raced out towards it, gathered it cleanly, kicked inside forward 50. Steen, though, diving mark, left back pocket for the Giants. Did well. Next to Cathley. Looks to go short. Finds a teammate, Nash. Or Kelly, rather. Kelly.
Movement from GWS.
Goes on a bit of a run. He'll kick beyond defensive 50. Waiting underneath it was Sproul. Was spoiled away from him. Again, Stanley, very active, attacking the football in this quarter, early stages. 2.5 gone. Still the Cats by 14 points over the Giants. AFL semi-final. The first of the two semi-finals to be played. We're here in the West at Perth Stadium.
Stanley and Mumford both with hands on it. Whitfield picks it up, flicks it out to Ward, who flicks it onto Perryman. He gets a handball away, then receives it back from Cumming. Kicks to half-forward. Hill flashes out, takes the mark, about 70 from home. He just stops for the Giants. Then he takes on his man, Henry. Runs to 50, pulls the trigger and misses the lot. Out of bounds on the full. It had everything bar the finish from Bobby Hill.
Good from clearance. Already GWS. They're still going with the ball tag on Dangerfield. De Boer just swaps with Cornelio, and Cornelio just plays as a forward.
On a bit of a run, Isaac Smith thumps it beyond defensive 50. Big pack up. Players have crashed into each other here. Dangerfield, one of those to go to ground. The Giants will get the free kick out of all this. De Boer, looks like he's going to be the player to take it. Twirls the yellow footy over in his hands. Ward wants it across half forward. De Boer ignores that, puts it inside the right forward pocket. Blitzarves up, got a fist of the footy. Well read by Smith. Kicks along the boundary line. It'll bounce and tumble over. What will the umpire do? Chamberlain looks to his fellows and decides we'll throw it in. There were certainly players in the vicinity. Good touch finder if you were here on Sunday for the rugby union. 2-5-17 the Cats. GWS 3 behind. Splittersloe Cup game 3 here in the West on Sunday.
Mumford and Stanley again. Mumford down to Ward. Back feeds a handball to Kelly. Floats it inside 50 for GWS. Blitzarves gets back. Takes the intercept mark. So Blitzarves chips it short. Onto Duncan. Left half back for the Cats. Short to Guthrie. Guthrie between wing and left half back here for the Cats. In that MO. Kick mark. Guthrie looks further afield. Forward of the wing. Radigalea goes up. So too Rowan. Comes down in front. Davis gets it back here for the Giants. Handball to Haynes. He kicks forward of the wing now for the Giants. Cornelio can't take the mark. Coming in Perryman. It falls out the side to Atkins, who gives it off to Selwood. Kicks the Cats inside 50. Stanley marks 49 out. Now they break inside 50. Nothing he likes just yet. He ignores a lead from Smith. Then he kicks laterally to Duncan. Duncan looks into the pocket. Poor kick. Haynes is there to mop up and kicks it back in the Duncan direction. Duncan camps under it and he takes the mark again for the Cats.
Get another opportunity. This time kicks across half forward. Marked there by Smith. 60 from goal. Duncan trying to find Rowan before, just didn't have enough on it. Smith will unload from left half forward to the teeth of goal. Mumford came one way, crashes into the pack, hits the deck hard. He'll climb up and he's okay as Whitfield sends it beyond defensive 50. Kelly couldn't take the mark, was under real pressure. Guthrie tracking the ball towards the boundary line, ricocheted off him. It's over for a throw-in. Goodness me, Mumford just threw himself at that. And Cameron coming the other way in that marking contest at full forward. Cameron maybe almost giving away a free kick, all going around the arm.
A similar one when he knocked out Harris Andrews. Years back.
It was. Fortunately, he was okay. Giants have got themselves a free kick here. It's through Cornelio. He moves it short to Whitfield, to Hopper. Plays on by hand. Cornelio racing by, sends it to Kelly. Will have to get rid of it from the logo southern wing. Clever, kicks around the body, finds the board. De Boer couldn't get away from Dangerfield. Dangerfield was able to put pressure on the ball, bounced up again, gave it to Cornelio, puts it inside forward 50. Now an opportunity for Kelly. He'll go towards goal. Wonderful finish. Dangerfield, I reckon, thought he had his man. De Boer was able to continue to play on, and then Kelly at last kicks the Giants first, if that makes some sort of sense. 7 into the second term. GWS are 139. The Cats are 2-5-17. Geelong by 8 points. As I said, 7 minutes, 10 seconds, second quarter. Grandstand AFL.
Created some overlap. Yeah, it was the Orange Tsunami from back in the day of GWS using link with handball. Still had nothing to go with forward of the footy though, and I think it may have been Kelly who pulled that one out of the corner of his eye to De Boer, and yeah, it's still just going to be the big question mark on how they're going to capitalise on the forward 54As is who do they kick it to.
Exactly. They're playing really high in defence at the moment. You can see them just trying to take away those marks from Geelong and then create goals from just sort of opportunity as much as possible.
Bounce back in the middle. Stanley and Mumford both with hands on it. It comes down to Mumford. He's dragged down by Menegola. Bridget Lacey downstairs quickly.
There's definitely a bigger sound for GWS tonight in this crowd.
Mumford slaps it forward. Picked up though by Menegola. Gets the handball away to Buse. Handball onto Selwood. Now Buse through the middle go the Cats. Looking for Rowan. He can't take the mark. There's a free kick though. It'll come back. It's against Iden. So Rowan to get the free kick, the mark to be set. 49 metres out. A 30-degree angle to the right-hand side.
It's not a free kick. Either a hit or ball.
It was a nice passage from Geelong though. Nice and fast. Buse off the back line again.
So Gary Rowan averages only a goal every 2 games in finals. Boot to ball from 51. It's a good-looking kick. It's just the wrong side of the post. So he won't find that major here. Geelong 2-6-18. GWS 1-3-9. 9 minutes played. Second term Grandstand AFL.
The kick-in was dangerous. It was a juggled mark that was speared into the right back pocket. Kelly did well. Myers right with him. Kelly sends it back to Iden, who marks top of his defensive goal square. And encroaching on him, giving away the free kick is Hawkins. So he'll be taken up the ground here. The 50-metre penalty to the Giants brings him to centre-half back. They've got players free. Goes to Steen, just behind the logo. Southern wing, kick towards right half forward. Blitzarves got there. Punches it away from Sproul and over the boundary line for a throw-in. 51 out for the Giants attacking goal. They're heading to the Farmer Freeway end, the left of our broadcast position in this second term, but they still trail on the scoreboard. It's the Cats 2-6-18, GWS 1-3-9.
Stanley and Mumford reconvene. Stanley wins the tap. Menegola tackled, gets a handball out. Back towards the boundary line it goes, and over it eventually. We'll get a throw in.
That's the one they got to connect, don't they, Sharrett? It can't just bomb.
Exactly right. There were a couple of options there.
Got to lower your eyes in that area of the ground.
Cats leading by 9 points. 2-6-18 plays 1-3-9. 10 into the second. Stanley rises up, slaps it down. Ash onto the footy though for the Giants. Runs away from Holmes. He'll kick towards full forward, looking for a marker. Over the head of the pack it goes. Kolodjasny gathers, dragged to ground by Himmelberg. Umpire circles, holds his arms to his chest. A stoppage, 20 metres out from the GWS goal. This is their main score source.
Throwing up, Mumford tapped it down towards full forward. Ball still there to be won. Looking to get it out here. Tackled was Holmes, lost it. It's the umpire say. It's going to be decision the way of the Cats. Against Sproul, giving away the free kick. Coming to the right back pocket. Holmes will have a footy and go on a little bit of a run. Sends it beyond defensive 50 towards left half back. Davis marks in a pack, looks to play on quickly. De Boer sends it back from whence it came. Sproul flew up, couldn't mark, spilled down. Oh, the snap on goal is an absolute treat from Stone. In his first final, he kicks a telling major. Hit the footy at pace, threw it onto the boot from 25 out. A lovely finish. The Cats lead is cut to 3 points. 2-6-18. GWS 2-3-15. A nice way to etch your name on the goal kickers list.
Davis used the pivot handball straight away off turnover and went quick. Got a deep entry, quick entry, Harry. And just a great craft goal to finish.
That's right. And putting the Geelong defence under pressure, that's what it's all about in big games, in big finals. Geelong probably disappointed with their effort in the air there. Generally a real strength of theirs. Probably over the last 5.5 quarters now, it's not something they've been using to great benefit. So I'm sure they'll be talking about that at half time.
Didn't he like it, the young man?
Fair finish.
As you would at 19 in a final. Soft bounce from Razor Ray. He lets it go. Mumford wins the tap. Radaglia follows up. Overruns the football. Getting involved, Bruin. Over the top of him is Holmes. The ball not coming out yet. Guthrie eventually. Now Hopper over the football. Lots of players around it. Rowan goes in. And a free kick. It'll go the way of Holmes for Geelong. He gives it off to Buse. Look out, Lloyd. He runs into him, bounces back up, gives it to Menegola, kicks the Cats to full forward and finds Hawkins. Early body work. He nudges Taylor underneath it. And the Tomahawk takes it. 20 out, plays on, snaps on goal, kicks it. Geelong responded quickly. They're 3-6-24. GWS 2-3-15. The Cats by 9 points. 13 minutes into this second term. Sherrod Wellingham, Shane Woden and Harry Taylor.
Didn't use his hands. It was all elbow and
just a good timing and out-muscled him.
It's very well played to get away with that.
Not sure about the set shot play. It only went through it about 3 metres high, didn't it?
Yeah, that's probably twice now. One could have been touched on the line. Yeah, from both sides. So I think both sides are probably just still trying to find their way and feel their way through this first half.
Yeah, I agree.
Just watching that replay, that is really good body work. He's just elbow in the back and just timed it just as it's gone over the back of him. Really smart craft by Tommy Hawkins.
Back to a 9-point game in favour of Geelong. Mother Reich really got down to it. Gets eventually diving on top. It's going to be a free kick. Holmes giving it away against Bruin. Bruin will gather it for the Giants. He'll bounce up. He's still in the centre circles. Looks to go on a bit of a run with the bright blue boots. He'll kick inside forward 50. Radaglia was there, punched it down. It'll sit for Perryman. He'll kick high up into the air from the right forward pocket. Hill chases it, but it's going to go out of bounds on the full. At right full forward, free kick to the Cats. G'day to all the truckies listening in on the roads around. Cam's tuned into us near the SA Victorian border on the way back to Melbourne. He asks a question which we will get to, I promise, at half-time, Cam.
So Henderson goes long. Rowan hits the contest at speed. Does a little scissor kick in the air as his legs sprawled. Gets up gingerly, no pun intended, for Gary Rowan. Seems okay. 9 points. Geelong's lead. As Radaglia fists it forward. Trying to mop it up. Henderson. Now the ball goes after it. In the forward pocket here, the Giants. Dangerfield gets back for the Cats. Gets a handball away. Buse under pressure. And wrapped up is Buse by Perryman. So a ball up, right forward pocket for GWS. Geelong by 9 points, quarter hour mark, second term.
Put up into the air, one down by Mumford. Guthrie hacks it out of mid-air. The ball pinballs around. Hughes tried to gather, stolen away by Hopper. He's tackled the ground. Umpire says that's holding the ball. Guthrie got him, no doubt. I'm not sure there was any real trial. Have to have another look at the replay. Going to be a free kick, though, for the Cats. Taken by Guthrie, who moves it short, very short, to Menegola, who marks. Still at left full back. Duncan runs towards him. Blitzharms is in space, and that's where the kick goes into the right back pocket. 9 points remains that margin in favour of the Cats. 3-6 plays 2-3, 16 gone in the second term on Grandstand AFL.
So Blitzarves kicks as long as he can towards a contest. In front, Cameron can't mark. Kelly Rose for the Giants. Handball to Taranto. 55 out, gets it on the boot. Zach Guthrie can't mark. It goes to the goal square. Atkins is back for the Cats. Handball to Menegola. Left back pocket for Geelong. He kicks towards the wing. Dangerfield hits it at speed. It bounces off the chest and tumbles out of play for a throw-in. Hard surface with the chest of Patrick Dangerfield.
De Boer doing a reasonably good job in it at the moment. I'd say he's going to be happy if he keeps this up for the rest of the half.
Geelong leading by 9 points.
Hawkins does the ruck work against Mumford. Took it cleanly, gave it out towards Duncan, who's tackled by Whitfield. He went right, went left. Whitfield said, "I've got you."
Jeez, Hawkins had grass in front of him. I would like to see him get forward and start to use his leg.
Well, Whitfield's kick, a great one, is dropped by Perryman. Close tries to win it. The Giants will get it back again. Oh, and then Whitfield's hand passed it straight to Dangerfield. Dangerfield's kick will get the Cats away to Duncan in space. He's on centre wing. Short pass, moving it forward. The Cats across half forward. Disappointing kick. Looking to try and find Rowan. They've turned it over. Idun will get the free kick instead. That was a little bit frustrating. He'll move it into the left back pocket to Haynes. Holmes, the player who turned it over. Haynes goes short to Ash. Ash hand passes to Whitfield. But this time finds his target in Haynes to Whitfield again at left half back for the Giants. He'll kick towards Mumford, almost had it stolen away by Taranto. Then was knocked out of his grasp by Menegola. Umpires say play on. Menegola was there and knocked it down again. Holmes sweeps it forward to Rowan for the Cats in the centre square. Kicks inside forward 50. Radaglia stretches. Can't gather the footy. Whitfield at the back. Last line of defence for the Giants. Picks up the footy and sends it into the right back pocket.
Fine's coming. They like the ball in his hands. It's a handball away to Iden. GWS down the southern wing. Iden a handball to Perryman. Now on to Steen, who's run on. He kicks to half forward. Hill comes out, can't take the mark. The spoil from Blitzarves. It falls to Guthrie. The Cats quickly back the other way. Myers accepts the mark, gives it to Rowan, sidesteps his man, runs to 40, kicks on goal, misses. And he's got close at the top of the goal square, flapping his arms, saying, "What about me?"
Zane's lucky he didn't connect.
Yeah, it was a leg stuck out there, wasn't it?
So 10 points, Geelong's lead. They're 3-7-25. GWS 2-3-15. 19 played in the second.
Kick in, heads towards the outer wing. Henderson couldn't take it. Stolen away by Ward. Now the Giants free flying down the outer side. De Boer kicks into the right forward pocket. Up and marking Lloyd. 47 from goal. 45-degree angle to the right of centre. It would hurt Geelong so much for them to spurn a couple of chances if Lloyd is able to kick truly here.
Jeez, last 10 minutes has been a great spectacle by both teams. Decisions, execution.
Generally pretty good in front of goal. 19-7 from his 15 games so far this season. His boots crossed with the 50s painted on the deck. Kicks on its way, not with this. I've joined Ben in the commentary curse category. He misses to the right-hand side. A minor score. GWS 2-4-16. The Cats are 3-7-25 as we tick into time on in the second quarter.
So Izzy Smith to take the kick in, takes a bounce and a second, runs into the pocket, drives it long towards the wing, looking for Dangerfield. Great mark, Haynes. Going back with the flight. A nice intercept mark virtually on the logo. He comes inboard very quickly to Sproul. He goes back to Cumming out on the southern wing. He kicks forward of it, turns it over. Zach Guthrie just bobs up and takes the intercept mark for the Cats. They lead by 9 points, 20 minutes into the second. Zach Guthrie, the Medi sub, in for Brandon Parfitt, who seemingly injured his hammy, and that's a shocking kick. He shanks it, it bounces just in the field of play. A throw in southern wing, neutral territory. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
A little earlier, Patrick Dangerfield was really sore before he got up. The doc went out to him and he got angry at the doctor and told him to go away.
only trying to help Patrick as it's thrown back in. It's cleverly done. Giants somehow able to conjure a kick away towards left half forward. Rowan got tackled by Haynes straight away. It was Kelly who was inventive from GWS a second ago. It's going to be a throw up at left half forward.
Harry, they've made the ground super big, Geelong, the kick mark style to date. Is that a thing for them not to make it too big?
Yeah, I think they'll be worried about that outside speed, so just trying to congest it as much as possible and use the corridor.
Great pressure from the Cats. Myers to Dangerfield, kicks long towards full forward. Wonderful spoil Davis into the team with the late withdrawal of Hogan due to a calf injury. Was able to knock it to ground. It came to Cameron. He shared it with Atkins. Back to Cameron. Oh, from 51 out. He goes all the way, marked on the last line of defence. Haynes was back there. Well, they're going to send this upstairs for a look. On the naked eye, I was certain he'd marked it before it had crossed the goal line, and well, they won't need to look at that more than once. Haynes stretching. He was last player back. So this time they did get someone back on the goal line, and it worked out for GWS as well. No change to that score.
Reads the game well, doesn't he? He does, really well, and just throws his body on the line.
Cats 3-7-25, Giants 2-4-16.
He's actually colourblind, Nick Haynes, so he sees the yellow ball far better than he sees the red ball on the green of the ground.
Yeah, okay.
That's true. So prefers night games, Nick Haynes, and playing very well this evening as he goes short to Cumming.
Joins the Chris Rogers club, former Australian opening bat.
Cumming sweeps a handball back to Haynes. Now Perryman bouncing off half-back, kicks towards the wing. Low down, Lloyd takes it on the half volley. And it's held in. Kolajasny comes in and piles on top of him. So Geelong by 9 points. The ball up between wing and right half forward for the Cats. Stanley rids himself of his opponent, takes it out of the ruck. High ball inside 50 for the Cats. Radigalia! A leaping chest mark in the pack. And that's very special from the man they call Big Sav.
Launched himself 3 deep.
Reminiscent of the NBA dunk contest, that 360 just coming through.
Spin chest pack mark.
Absolute athleticism at its best.
As I said, they're a better side with him in the team. 11-2 with him, 5-5 without him. Can he hit the scoreboard? 47 out. The drop punt's on its way. It's a good one. Geelong finally find the major opening. They're 4-7-31. GWS 2-4-16. The Cats with 15 points of breathing room. 24 minutes into the second.
Both teams just look like they're playing with shackles on, a bit restricted in
they are a bit.
The way they're attacking, the way they're defending it. It does have a probably semi-final
nervousness.
Yeah, nervousness feel about it. People probably think about the outcome. We lose, we're done.
Hesitant on kicks a little bit as well. Like, it just doesn't seem like when they are out and open, they're confident enough to hit a short one where you might be able to continue that link play. It doesn't really seem like it's at the first option in their mind, does it?
On the text, 0437 774 774. Lindsay texts in from the Northern Territory. Can the umpires do a course on distance? 10 metres to start with. Well, 15 is what they're looking for, but there have been a few that have been short than 10 tonight, to be fair to them out there. Mumford won it down for the Giants. Cornelio tried to tap it out towards Ward. Getting in the way, though, Cam Guthrie. Short hand pass straight into traffic. Perryman wrapped up his Cats opponent. It was Tui. Took him to ground. Tui almost flipped over in the tackle. Throwing up. Stanley won it down, and Cam Guthrie again. Kicks the Cats inside forward 50. Haynes, good spoil. Won it down. Cam Guthrie backing up. Gathered it. Bounced off his elbow to close. Gave it to Hawkins. Popped it out to Cameron. Threw it on the boot. Open goal square. It'll bounce it right full forward. Radigalia chased it. Couldn't stop it tumbling over the behind line to the right-hand side of the big sticks for another minus score. 4-8-32. That's Geelong. 2-4-16. That's the Giants. 26 gone in the second. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron, our experts Harry Taylor, Shane Woden and Sharad Willingham on Grandstand AFL, thanks to ABC Sport.
Smooth move up. Lockie Whitfield with the kick in. Sends it towards the southern wing. Himmelberg can't take the mark. They play some volleyball. Eventually, Zach Guthrie gets it onto Isaac Smith. Hooks it inside 50. Good mark taken there by Whitfield. Copped a little knock from Hawkins. And the Giants players don't like it. It'll be 50. Have a look, gents. What do you think?
Free kick. Nothing in it. Untoward.
So Whitfield marched into the middle of the ground, sends it to the wing. Ash comes infield to Hopper for the Giants. Hopper now gets around his man close. 60 out, he sets it up to full forward. Himmelberg goes up, comes down in front. Kolajasny able to get it away to Guthrie. He tumbles the Cats into the middle of the ground.
Ooh. Giants crash into each other. Spilled out though to Whitfield. Measures a kick inside forward 50. Sproul couldn't gather. Hand pass Kelly. Then down to Perryman. Threw it on the boot. It'll bounce and stay in play. And in the right back pocket for the Cats, Tui's able to gather. He thumps it beyond defensive 50. Davis attacks the football. Had 2 grabs at it and marks it. Hand pass back to Whitfield. At left half forward. Not a great kick inside forward 50. 1 down by the Cats. It comes to Isaac Smith. He shares it with Dangerfield. Then to Cam Guthrie. Now to Myers. Goes short towards the wing. Punched down once more by the Cats. Trying to work it out. Here's Cornelio. Went back into traffic. Haynes put his head over the football. Close. Looks to wrap it up. So too Cam Guthrie. A ball up eventually the call. Between centre wing and left half forward for the Giants, who trail on the scoreboard. The Cats lead by 16. 27 gone in the second.
Mumford and Stanley. Stanley lays it on a platter for Tui. Handball to Menengola. Back into the traffic. Handball to Duncan. Handball back out to Tui. Tui steps his man. Kicks around the northern wing towards Rowan. And Rowan marks. Haynes just holds him up momentarily. About 80 from home. Rowan looks into the pocket for the lead of Cameron. Right there with him, Iden. But Cameron marks. No play on, says the umpire. Cameron wheels around. Goes whack on the left. His second. And a wonderful finish. A running snap from 40 from Big Jezza. And Geelong are out by 22. 5-8-38. They lead GWS 2-4-16 at the 28-minute mark of the second term.
Loved how the 3 bigs then isolated themselves, just created the one-on-ones and not allow opponents to lay off and sag off and intercept. Just kept their contest individuals. Great work. It's good patterning.
Highlighted Zach Tui before the game. I think he's been excellent.
He has, hasn't he?
Really created some run, some drive, and his ball use has certainly been a standout for the Cats in this first half.
They've missed him the last few weeks, and just he drives, he does give off half back through a wing.
Yeah, for an Irishman who didn't grow up with our ball, unbelievable ball user.
Yeah. Get your questions in for half-time. 0437 774 774. The Giants win it down. Mumford to Ward, back to Mumford, back to Ward. Look away, hand pass over the shoulder. Allowed quickly Stone to get onto it. Bounces it inside forward 50. Coming to meet it Henry. Lost it. Cornelio couldn't gather. Slapped it back, but straight into traffic. Kolajasny was there. Couldn't take it under pressure. It's really on now. It's a hopper. Worked it out to Lloyds. And Lloyd snaps with the rights from 40 metres out and kicks a much-needed goal for GWS. Boy, they needed that just when the Cats looked like they were putting a little bit of space on their charcoal-clad opponents. 5-8-38 Geelong. GWS 3-4-22. It's a 16-point game again as we go past the half an hour mark in the second quarter.
Yeah, really important goal there for GWS. And it was just off the back of some pressure inside their forward 50. The ball was bobbling around a lot. No one really had a lot of clean hands on the footy. But I reckon he had that for half a second, Lloyd, before on the boot, and a really clean snap from, would have been 35, 40 metres out.
Just surge from centre bounce. Cornelio just tried to keep it free and keep it flowing inside forward 50. It's a good finish.
Great finish.
Now a goal in his last 8 games. Daniel Lloyd on a nice little streak. Stanley the tap in the middle. Taranto onto the footy. He kicks out towards the southern wing. Bouncing ball. Lloyd going after it. Kolajasny there with him. And Kolajasny carries it out for a throw-in. 31 minutes into this second term. 3 goals apiece in this second quarter. Stanley trying to take it out of the ruck. Loses it. Taranto coming through. Emerging with it, Ash. She's backtracking, runs to the logo, and does a U-turn. Drives the Giants long inside 50, looking for Himmelberg. Spoilt by Blitzarves. Himmelberg roves in the pocket. Clever snap. Hits the post. Oh, it would have been special from Big Harry. It wasn't to be. The inside half of the post. 15 points, Geelong's lead. 31 minutes played in the second.
It's already got a goal of the year contender, that pocket from Sarong a couple of weeks ago. That would have just about gone past that. As the Cats through Tui, who takes a bounce and kicks towards centre wing. Commentary side, great mark. Leaping up into the air. That's a beauty from Taylor.
Star, this kid. He's a terrific defender.
Everything that he's had to overcome, he's taken on some big names, and that's a great grab, but that's a disappointing kick. Attacked by Henry, who comes out to mark uncontested in the right back pocket. And he's going to be something, though, Sam Taylor, no doubt. I can see Bridget Lacey nodding from downstairs. Kick from Henry, beyond defensive 50. So a pack, and then umpire sponsor holding decision. It'll go the Cats' way. Radaglia was the player who has been infringed. Closing stages of the second term. Radaglia goes short. He'll find Tui. Tui goes on a short run and kicks long and high towards right half forward. Hawkins had 2 to beat, brought it to ground, spilled out to Davis though for the Giants. To Perryman. Looks to move it short to Canelio. And the Giants captain marks right on the half-time siren on centre wing. GWS, who at one stage would have thought the Cats were starting to ease away from them. That late goal, an all-important one from the boot of Lloyd. Geelong's lead at the major break is 15 points. 5-8-38 to GWS 3-5-23. The goal kicker's Jeremy Cameron up against his old club, a club that he was 6 times the leading goal kicker and once claimed the Coleman medal when playing for. He leads the way with 2. The other goal kickers, Radaglia, Hawkins and Close for the Cats, while for the Giants, Stone, Kelly and Lloyd have the majors for those in charcoal and orange. A 15-point advantage to Geelong at half-time. We'll get to some of your texts in just a moment. If you've got a question, fire it to us, 0437 774 774. Very quickly, though, let's get the thoughts of Harry Taylor, Sharad Willingham and Shane Woden on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, we highlighted before the game how were GWS going to score without sort of some of their sort of more notable goal kickers in the forward half, and it probably showed a bit there. We look at the stats, and Himmelberg only the 3 touches. Hill hasn't had a great deal of it yet. They're just sort of struggling to find an avenue to goal at the moment.
Yeah, it's all a bit off ground ball, hasn't it? Yeah. Really snap, keep it alive, and no real composed possession to find a mark in there. So they're going to find it difficult, which we knew, because Geelong player off defence, a good one-on-one, good aerially. So they're just taking the opportunity. A bit of an arm wrestle too, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Been a great affair. Hasn't been a great spectacle to date. And
I think Geelong will be happy with the way they've played. Probably 75% of the game, 3/4 of that they'd be reasonably happy with. GWS, I think, have got to change a little bit, change what their game style is, and we've seen a little bit of link-up handball and trying to utilise pace, but I think they've got to use kick, mark, but short. You've got to use hit-ups and then turn and go and use another hit-up, because, like you said, they just don't have anything forward of the footy in terms of a key position target.
And it may have happened there 10 minutes maybe to go there. They may have dropped the De Boer tag, but I'd put Kennelly on ball, give a bit more leg speed, a bit more run around the footy, maybe put De Boer forward, see what you can do, find an avenue there, but then let the shackles go, as you said, H, and put speed on the game.
Taranto's probably the other one. How can they get him involved a little bit more? I haven't seen a great deal of him, haven't heard his name all that often yet. Just probably what can they do with him to really get the game going GWS's way.
Thoughts of our experts, Harry Taylor, Sharad Willingham and Shane Woden on Grandstand AFL. Get to your text messages, your questions at half-time, or shortly at half-time, 0437 774 774. Just recapping that half-time score. 5-8-38 the Cats, the Giants 3-5-23. A lot to like about this game. You get the feeling it could just explode in this second half. We'll be bringing you that here on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. We'll get an update what's happening at the Paralympics with Ned Hall very shortly. But first, let's pause here at Perth Stadium and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Murray Olds. Queensland Health is monitoring 2 new COVID cases in the state's southeast after a 4-year-old girl tested positive late today. Emily Grammons has the story.
The child is a close contact of a 46-year-old Logan truck driver whose infection was announced yesterday. Queensland Health says the girl attended the Boulevard Early Learning Centre at Mount Warren Park on Tuesday and Wednesday. It says children, staff and visitors should immediately come forward and get tested, then quarantine at home with their household members for 14 days, regardless of a negative result. That also applies to those who've used the centre as part of Windaroo State School after-hours care between Tuesday and Friday.
West Australian Premier Mark McGowan's imposing new COVID restrictions on interstate truck drivers. Truckies coming from high or extreme risk jurisdictions will have to provide a negative PCR test result in the 3 days prior to entry. Drivers who haven't had a test won't be allowed to enter the state, and the new rules come into effect next week. Mr McGowan says the changes are necessary to protect his state.
10,000 rapid antigen tests are on their way to border checkpoints in both Eucla and Kununurra as we speak. Today's announcement is about safety, about tightening our border controls to do everything we can to try to keep the virus out of WA.
ABC News.
Being vaccinated is an important step
to things getting back to normal, or at least, as screwed up as they were before the pandemic.
Hi, we're here to share some vax facts. Also, here's some people who actually know what they're talking about.
Vaccines are saving lives.
Vaccinations have been around for centuries.
So will the vaccine work against these new pesky variants?
The vaccines are working against known variants.
Booster shots in the future will help us keep up. I've had 2 jabs. I've had mine.
Get yours.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Cornelio puts it inside forward 50. Now an opportunity for Kelly. He'll go towards goal. Wonderful finish. De Boer sends it back from whence it came. Sproul flew up, couldn't mark, spilled down. Oh, the snap on goal is an absolute treat from Stone.
He gives it off to Buse. Look out, Lloyd. He runs into him, bounces back up, gives it to Menegola, kicks the Cats to full forward and finds Hawkins. 20 out, plays on, snaps on goal, kicks it. Stanley rids himself of his opponent, takes it out of the ruck. High ball inside 50 for the Cats. Radigalia! Can he hit the scoreboard? 47 out. The drop punt's on its way. It's a good one. Rowan looks into the pocket for the lead of Cameron. Right there with him, Iden. But Cameron marks. No play on, says the umpire. Cameron wheels around. Goes whack on the left. His second.
It's really on now to Hopper. Worked it out to Lloyd. And Lloyd snaps with the rights from 40 metres out and kicks a much-needed goal for GWS.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
At Perth Stadium, it's the Cats who lead by 15 points. Tomorrow, they're off to the Gabba for Brisbane versus the Western Bulldogs. The winner here takes on Melbourne here in Perth in a preliminary final. The winner tomorrow between the Lions and the Bulldogs off to Adelaide to face Port Adelaide. That is all to come, including a cracking second half. There's a lot going on at the Paralympics, and as always, Ned Hall is with us to bring us right up to date. Ned.
Clint, we're about to have the final event in the pool of these Paralympic Games. So I might come to swimming in a moment after the 4x100 metre medley relay team have done their business. Tim Hodge, Blake Cochran, William Martin and Ben Popham about to take to the pool. I can tell you, disappointingly, that the Australian boccia team have not made it through to the knockout phase. A thrilling end to their match against Hong Kong. It ended 3 apiece. It went down to a tie-break leg and unfortunately they lost out there. Despite beating Brazil and Portugal earlier on today, only the top 2 teams made it through into the semi-finals, and the Australian group of Jamie Leeson, Spencer Cottee and Daniel Michel did not make it through from there. Also in the table tennis tonight, another silver medal for Australia. Unfortunately not able to get the better of China in the gold medal match tonight for the men. Marlin and Joel Coughlin, along with Nathan Pestier, who are the team that made up the trio in the C910 class, went down 3-love to China. Earlier on today, also silver for the women's team. They went down against Poland 3-2. Lina Li and Cheng Yan were the players who were playing against the Polish side there. So a bit of disappointment from table tennis and boccia. Earlier on today, though, another gold medal for Australia, the 18th of the game so far, won by Curtis McGrath. He held on to the medal that he won in Rio 5 years ago in the men's kayak single sprints, the KL2 class, took out the gold medal, went the long way around though, had a bit of a mishap towards the end of his heat yesterday that caused him to veer off towards the side of his lane, so he didn't go through as the winner of his heat, and he had to come back, race the semi-final today before going on to the final and eventually taking out the gold medal in impressive style. Susan Seipel got the silver medal in the women's VAR class, the 200-metre race there. Dylan Littlehales was racing in the kayak singles KL3 class. He got 4th place, just missed out on a medal by 1/10 of a second. Curtis McGrath, Susan Seipel and Dylan will be back in the water tomorrow with the men racing in the VAR class and Susan Seipel racing in the kayak class. There was a bronze medal for Paige Greco in the cycling earlier today and in the athletics. Reid McCracken made it through to the final in the men's 800 metres, the T34 class. He's gone through 7th fastest there. And just in the pool tonight, Braden Jason came 6th in the men's 100-metre fly, and Cole Pearce was 4th in the men's 200 metres individual medley. Currently, the 4x100-metre medley relay is underway, and Australia currently running 3rd in that race with a couple of legs still to go, Clint.
Thank you, Ned. Ned Hall, with everything happening at the Paralympics. As I mentioned before, love to hear from you. Wherever you happen to be listening, be it in the stadium or right around the nation, big shout out to the truckies on the road. Hearing the latest from Premier Mark McGowan, making life more challenging for everyone to do their best. But nevertheless, Cam did ask this question. He's nearly back in Melbourne after 8,500 kilometres in 9 days. He was up in Geraldton. Ask Harry, who lives up that way, how is the rebuild, Harry, going after the storm? One of our listeners said. Cam the truckie, who also asked another question. But first off, well, I saw a tremendous response in terms of supporting the people and everything that had gone up in Northampton, and you were heavily involved in that. Tell our listeners all about it.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. The support's just been fantastic. We've had some fundraisers throughout the year, including one here at Perth Stadium not all that long ago, and I think raised some significant money. We're sort of talking in excess of $150,000. That went directly to the people in need, which is just unbelievable. So Big Barge, Andrew Lockyer's done a great job as a bit of a forefather for the Northampton crew in terms of organisation, in terms of actually getting people to come along to events, and certainly done a mountain of work. It's been fantastic.
Has the rebuild started, H, or are the people still without homes? And
yeah, the reality is there's a lot of people still that are displaced. We've got a shortage of tradies around Australia, certainly here in WA, and it's making it difficult to get people up to actually put in the hours required to complete jobs, put roofs back on, fix fences, hot water systems, all of those types of things. It's been difficult for a lot of people, but there are no sort of fuss bunch up that way, and they don't complain about too much, and they get on with life, and they're finding ways to keep putting a smile on each other's faces, which is a fantastic trait of the local community.
And the great support from footballers right around the nation. We know the likes of Paddy Cripps and Josh Kennedy have all been heavily involved as well. It's been tremendous the way that the football community's responded.
It has. We're very fortunate that Northampton's had a great legacy of players that have gone on not only to make AFL teams, but have a pretty significant impact on our game. Josh Kennedy and Paul Hazerbee, Jamie Cripps, Paddy Cripps is quite an extensive list, and they always joke about something being in the water up that way. a recent study showed it was actually lead.
That's a well-rehearsed gag and I love it.
You either die young or go on to play some great footy. Fortunately a few of us have managed to go on and play some footy, which is great.
Hello to everyone at Northampton. By the way, Cam did ask you all this question. I'll get your thoughts on this. So we don't know who's going through yet, but who do you think would cause a bigger problem to Melbourne, is Cam the Truckie's question? Geelong or GWS if they were to get through?
Cats for me.
Why?
There's potency across the ground. They were 8 goals up only a couple of weeks ago, and Melbourne came back and won that. But how much did Geelong pull back in that second half, or something in their game didn't work out? I didn't watch the whole game, but they could create a few headaches for the D's.
Yeah, I think I'm the same. I think the Cats they matched up really well. That game was sort of dead and buried really halfway through the third quarter, and the Cats for me looked like they went into a bit of all right, we're going to win this game, control the game mode. Probably a little bit too early. To be honest. Melbourne sort of threw the magnets around, managed to get on top, and then just Geelong couldn't arrest that momentum, which is what modern day footy's all about.
It is interesting. So Geelong lost to Melbourne twice this year, in round 4 by 25 points, and then in round 23 after the siren by 4 points with that Max Gawn goal. GWS are one of 4 teams this year to have beaten Melbourne. The other 3 are not playing finals. So that is very interesting forecasting for next week, for whatever that is worth when we get there.
Very good point. Marty from Albury, who's a Cats fan, can you explain the reason our midfield have had no major influence on the game so far? The great Selwood has yet to have a major involvement. Is that fair? We have to have a look at some of the stats, but he hasn't done what I would have expected, although he's been in some tough stuff from time to time, for someone who is playing game 333. So where is he in terms of the stats? 8 disposals, 4 kicks, 4 hand passes, 2 inside 50s, and 1 mark for Joel Selwood, and a couple of tackles as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's been an overly high possession game, particularly through the middle of the ground. We're seeing sort of both defences start to get their hands on the ball, intercept and starting to move it from there. But yeah, Joel would have had a big week. You can imagine the media, you can imagine the text messages, the calls that he's been receiving. Hopefully sort of some of that subsided now, and he can actually just go out and really enjoy himself in this second half. He's probably, I guess, synonymous for how the game's looking in terms of those shackles. Those players are just running around that look like they're just a little bit heavy and restricted. Did you send him a text? No, I actually knew that you would have got 1,000 others, so I was one of those. So held off, and we'll hopefully speak to him after the game.
Well, last time Geelong were here, I think we saw you in the huddle via FaceTime.
Yeah, that was a fair experience. I had intentions of catching up with the boys, but unfortunately with COVID that was a bit difficult. So I had a chat to one of our media managers, Kevin Diggerson, and just said, as the boys come off the ground, any chance you can just sort of say hello for me? And he said, I'll do you one better and I'll put you on FaceTime. So from there, it was Mark Blitzarves who dragged me into the huddle, and I was saying this same theme song, which was a first-time experience.
We spotted it up here. We thought it was magic. We thought it was one of the best things we've seen. It was very inventive from Geelong. Well done. Em from Melbourne, I will say this. Hi, team, love your comments. Take offence to Cats looking tired and old. That wasn't us. That was a text message we were relaying. I've always thought it's quite amusing that if a team has a number of players over the age of 30, instantly when they lose, that they're old and tired, and when they win, it's their experience, which makes such a difference. I think it's a legitimate question with players then about to tip over into the mid to late 30s. Where are the Cats at if they don't win this season? I think that's a fair thing to ask later on. But no, I've said a number of times here in one of our WA shows, don't rule Geelong out at all for this season in any way, shape or form. The Cats' big risk may be their second half. Do you think that they can stand up again? And I guess if you have a look, and I know Ben's a big believer in quarters, they are the equal best second quarter team in the competition, but they're still a very good third and fourth quarter team. Will they stand up when they're under some pressure from the Giants?
Yeah, my concern is probably Mitch Duncan, who obviously had a really good game last week, first game back.
Second game can get
generally
you.
the second game that'll get you, particularly the second half, and maybe Phil Davis. He might fall into the same category up the other end. But, there's a couple of players like that. I mean, Zach Tui probably a little bit underdone. as well. I just hope that they use those boys the right way in this second half.
And I suppose the other good thing about the Geelong game style is it's able to be controlled. It's not like it's fast-paced and you have to be able to put in 120 minutes of running around like a madman. You can control the pace of the game. If you need to cool down that last 5 or so minutes, you kick a goal, you might go, all right, let's just play some tempo footy for 5 minutes. The ability to be able to do that is why I think Geelong are able to have these older statesmen continue to play good footy. Game style obviously is conducive to being able to play it at a slower pace.
Thoughts of Sharad Willingham, Shane Woewod, Harry Taylor, our special guest commentator tonight. Ben Cameron's got all the other numbers for you in front of him. Ben.
Geelong with more disposals, 184 to 174 for GWS. The marks, we spoke about Geelong liking to play that kick mark game, 42 to 38 the way of Geelong. The inside 50 is interesting. We spoke about the AFL average being 51 in the pre-game, and GWS on a number of occasions conceding 60 plus in recent weeks. GWS have gone inside 50 27 times, Geelong 26. Contested possessions, +5 Geelong in that area of the ground. The clearances, GWS +2. Leading individual ball winners, Zach Tui with 18, Lockie Whitfield with 17, Smith with 16, then Hopper 14 for GWS. Geelong leading by 15 points, 5-8-38. Plays 3-5-23.
One last question, Tony on the SMS. Loving the call from Victoria. Giants struggling up forward. What can they do to improve in this second half?
I think they've got to change their, I suppose, game style in the way they want to enter inside 50. They've got to be a little bit more precise, play fast, but use hit up and wheel and go and move the ball, change the angles, make the Geelong defence have to second guess where they're going to be defending on which side of their opponent, and then they're going to be able to move a little bit freer, I believe.
So just about set for the third term from Perth Stadium. Geelong and GWS. The Cats leading by 15 points. Mumford and Stanley, they stare each other down again. Stanley slaps it towards Dangerfield. Bounce favours Ward. Hooks across his body. The Giants to half forward. Bouncing ball. Kolajasny tries to get it on the bounce. He can't. Loose footy. Still at half forward here for the Giants. And the umpire to come in and ball it up. With Jed Buse getting up from the bottom of the pack. So right on the arc of attacking 50 here for GWS. Mumford trying to hook it forward. Buse able to gather it. Now Tui. Handball back to Buse. Handball out of the congestion towards Kolajasny. He kicks forward of the wing. Poor kick. Turns it over. Nice mark taken by Cumming. Just working back there for GWS. He kicks it short to Taranto. Best and fairest winner in 2019 for GWS. Taranto chips over the top to a stretching Whitfield, who's just able to drag it in just forward of the wing, northern side of the ground. A slightly ho-hum start to this second half through the opening minute.
It has been. And more so as Whitfield decides to switch play by sending it right back into the middle of the ground, marking in the corridor as Haynes. He'll pause. They're in no hurry at the moment, the Giants. Haynes goes on a bit of a run. He'll kick high and long towards right half forward. Cats had the number, leaping out after it. Hill, that would have been spectacular. Tui front position, clever de Boer, tapped it on Hill. Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant! Oh, that's the spark the game needed. Bobby Hill, that's a Bobby Dazzler. GWS 4-5-29, Geelong 5-8-38. The Cats lead cut back to 9 points. That was simply spectacular stuff. Great stuff from the Giants.
At full speed. Got to control that ball at ground level. Tapping along. Under a bit of heat. Twice. Yeah, very clever.
Absolute talent there and skill. Top-notch skill.
It's one of those ones you'd have to watch a couple of times on replay just to appreciate.
Contested in the marking contest as well prior to the run as well.
Had to get him out of play there. Kolajasny didn't hit him.
4 tap-ons. Hill, de Boer, Hill, goal. And Kolajasny was there. And understandably, what happened then?
Incredible goal.
Remarkable. As back in the middle from the restart. No clearance immediately. Ward piles in on top. I like the Bobby Dazzler too, Clint. It was something special from Bobby Hill. Umpire puts it aloft. Mumford takes it out of the ruck, jams it on the boot. Hill coming through, can't gather it. Buse soccers it back into the middle of the ground. Mark taken by De Boer. Right in the centre circles. There's going to be a 50, is there? No. The umpire just wants De Boer to come back. So De Boer, this time he kicks it to Cumming. Not the required 15. So Cumming has time to send it to Haynes on the wing. Grass in front of him. He takes it, goes for a run, and pinpoints Sproul.
On the hit up, as Shara just mentioned.
Mark set 53 out from goal. Sproul sets up the Giants towards a warmish sort of spot. Nice mark, Stanley. Gets back defensively, the big ruckman. He's able to drag it in, 15 out from his defensive goal. Chips it short for the Cats to Duncan. Geelong leading by 9 points. Duncan to left half back and Blitzarves.
Blitzarves will trot back and will stand where his defensive 50 arc is painted on the ground. He gets told to move it on now. Still not sure where to go. There's nothing obvious in front of him, so he kicks long towards centre wing. Hawkins strong. Got to work his opponent Taylor out from underneath it. Sweeps it inboard to Duncan on the run. Gathered on the logo, kicks inside forward 50, Rowan against Whitfield. It's a free kick going Rowan's way. Whitfield appeals his case to the umpire. Didn't appear to be a lot in it. We'll have a look at the replay. Yep, definitely contact with the arm, no doubt. Contact made with the arm before it made any contact with the football. Right decision by the officials.
It wasn't the amount of contact. I think it was the fact that he also wasn't facing the ball. If he had potentially been looking at the ball, it might have gotten the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, the front-on contact, which they'll be definitely looking at this week after last. Rowan looking for an important goal for the Cats. He's able to put it through. Kicking truly from 47 out. Geelong respond. They've got their sixth. 6-8-44, GWS 4-5-29, 5 gone in the third term.
I think the Tommy Hawkins mark up on the wing just goes to show how important it is to have a key position forward of the player who you can rely on. Just to, I think it was a Blitzarve ping down in the back pocket, had nothing to go to, goes down the line and just gets a contest from Tommy Hawkins.
And Mitch Duncan, 2 early touches, 2 good kicks. Often when he touches the ball, it ends up in a Geelong score. So I'd be trying to get him involved as much as possible with the overlap in this term.
So Gary Rowan averages over a goal a game in home and away matches. That drops to a goal every 2 games in finals. He's on the scoreboard here tonight. Back in the middle. Razor Ray lays it down. Mumford slaps it to himself. Menegola picks it up though for the Cats. Comes out of the middle. Low ball looking for Duncan. Getting a hand on it, Whitfield. Now Haynes follows up. Handball back to Whitfield. Nice pick up. Back feeds a handball back to Haynes. Sidesteps Duncan who goes to ground. And Haynes kicks forward of the wing. Turns it over. Henry intercept marks for the Cats. Wants to kick it back into the corridor and Buse. He'll switch it to Kolajasny. Kicking just forward of the logo on the southern side. Smith leads up, marks on his chest. Pokes it slightly further along that southern wing to Stanley. Again, Geelong in that kick mark mode. Stanley infield to Buse. The second generation Cat thumps it long inside 50, crushing the pack. Cameron brings it to ground. Menegola jams it on the boot, bounces it on goal. It just misses. In fact, it's taken a fair old leg break and bounced into the behind post. So a forward 50 stoppage for the Cats in their left forward pocket. They lead by 15. 7 played in the third.
Speaking of leg breaks, plenty of international women's cricket coming up between Australia and India. It's thrown back in. Hawkins tries to take clean possession. Hopper got it, hacked it beyond defensive 50, and then free kick going the way of the Giants here again. Taken high was Henry, according to umpire Ray Chamberlain. Henry at left half forward spears the pass out to a leading Myers. Still 2 kicks from goal at left half forward. Myers puts it into the left forward pocket, and Hawkins came strongly at the football. Big Tom able to complete the mark. We'll go back and have a shot from about 40 metres out. You'd expect him to try and snap it around the body. Thought
Looks
about
like he's changed his mind.
Has changed his mind.
Harry signalled to us. He's just going to go straight on.
Left to right.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
So Tom Hawkins sets up for the traditional approach. In a straight line, we're right behind the kick. He kicks from 35 out. It doesn't deviate off its line. He's got 2. Now the Cats start to stretch this lead. It's out to 21 points. 7-8-50 Geelong, the half century up. The Giants 4-5-29. Gone nearly 9 minutes in the third quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Jack Henry's had a really good start to his sort of final series this season, being one of the better players last week for Geelong, and again tonight, just no fuss, doing his job, stopping his man, but also creating some great attack from half-back.
Good player, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's a terrific player.
He's really come on, and he's actually grown, which is amazing. 21, 22-year-old, he's still growing, and playing on those bigger key body types now as well.
Question on the SMS. Dean says, how many frees inside forward 50 for each team? It's 5 block for Geelong, if you're interested.
Bounce back in the middle. Stanley and Mumford. Stanley able to knock it down. He tries to pick it up. The big mummy comes through and clatters him over. The ball's underneath them. We'll get a ball up just outside the outer of the 2 circles in the middle of Perth Stadium.
And 2-0 in this turn.
Stanley knocks it down. Kelly steals it, jams it on the left boot towards half forward. Atkins gets a fist in. Zach Guthrie a little fumble. He's able to recover, picks it up, kicks Geelong towards the wing. Bouncing ball. Whitfield gets it for the Giants. Handball to Wash. He kicks short, just inside 50. And the mark taken by Cornelio. 49.5 metres out, 30-degree angle left of centre. This would be right on his limit, you would think. Probably just beyond it.
I would have thought so.
He's pointing as if he'll kick for goal.
3-quarter kick. Sort of opening the hole up there, aren't they, in front of the goal square?
Yep, certainly are.
Zach Guthrie comes across and stands in that hole. Cornelio runs around, boot the ball from 55. Out to the right, Mumford goes up. Swatting it away, Stanley does well. A little backhand to knock it through for a minor score. So 20 points the Cats lead. 7-8-50 plays 4-6-30. 10 minutes 40 into this third term.
Giants beyond, the Cats rather, beyond defensive 50. Stanley gathered, Duncan kicks towards close, couldn't mark. Bit of pressure coming from Davis, scooped it up. Hawkins, wobbly looking kick from left half forward. Coming back to intercept as Whitfield had to read it well. Kicks beyond defensive 50, he finds Himmelberg who marks. Really did surge out towards the footy Whitfield a moment ago. Certainly had to. This is a dangerous kick. Himmelberg has to be precise. Ash couldn't mark. Tapped down by Cameron. Onto it, Haynes was taken high. Giants will come back to take the free kick. Right in the middle of the ground. It's against Selwood. Got Haynes around the shoulder and then went on with it too a little bit. Got him in the neck and the shoulder with the right arm. So Haynes will take the free kick for GWS, who trail by 20.
Kicks long towards the arc of 50 and nobody there for the Giants, and maybe the reason why, because Taranto was being held out of it. He'll get a free kick. A mark set 49 3/4 metres out. And Taranto go the journey, gents.
Again, I reckon probably more of a chance.
So Timmy Taranto just wants to set it up to the pocket, looking for Himmelberg. Blitzarves with the fist. Comes down in the forward pocket for the Giants. Kelly onto the footy, handball away. Blitzarves gathers, tackled to deck. And the umpire will come and ball it up.
This is what I think GWS need to do, is use that hit up like we saw them use in that first foray, but and then just set up and try and get some forward 50 stoppages. It's what's worked for them so well. Just be happy to do that. You don't have to have a shot on goal. Just get it in there and get some forward 50 stoppages.
Cats leading by 20. Mumford knocks it away. Blitzarves can't gather, neither can Holmes, who's right there, and it's out of play, a throw in. So 7-8-50 Geelong, GWS 4-6-30. Melbourne await the winner. 13 minutes played in the third.
Taranto and Atkins have a little go at each other. As Rattigalia wins it down, but it's to Mumford. His hand pass straight to Cam Guthrie of the Cats, who spears it onto the chest of Myers, who marks it right half back. Metre in from the boundary. Moves it on to Zach Guthrie. Medical sub, who turns it over. Kelly intercepts. Heading out towards the boundary line, he marks just shy of left half forward for the Giants, who need a quick response. Kelly to put them back inside forward 50. Strong mark. Henderson was there. Just stood his ground, Lockie Henderson. He'll switch play out to Tui, who marks in the left back pocket.
He's bounced back really well, Henderson, as Tui goes short. But Cameron working well up the ground. The mark at left half back. Chisels a ball to the wing in Menegola. The Cats down the northern wing. Menegola's kick to no one in particular. Bouncing ball. Clean bowls Taylor, but fortunately for him it tumbles out. So a throw in right at the intersection of the 50 and the boundary line. Left half forward for the Cats. 14 minutes into the third term. Umpire spins it back in. Hawkins doing the ruck work opposed to Mumford. It bounces back up to Mumford. Knocks it to De Boer. Now Haynes. He snaps the Giants towards the wing. Getting a fist in Atkins. Arriving over the top of it, Dangerfield. Diving on top of it again, Cameron. And the umpire to ball it up between wing and left half forward. Here for the Cats. They lead by 20. Closing in on the quarter hour mark in this third term.
Throwing aloft, one down by Mumford. Kelly might have been held without it. Meantime, here's a problem. Hawkins might be a cork, but he's in pain. He was holding his right leg. He gets up. He's close. Got a hand pass cleverly under pressure to Selwood. He kicks up into the air. Steen couldn't quite mark. Spill down to Whitfield of the Giants inside his defensive 50. Shares it with De Boer, then Hopper. Now Ash thumps it towards right half forward. Good battle here. Himmelberg's able to punch it to ground. Henderson picks it up. Himmelberg drives him into the deck. Wrapped him up. The ball comes out the side. There to be scooped on. Taken by Dangerfield. To Myers of the Cats. They come back into attack down the commentary wing. It's with Cam Guthrie. He's able to spot Hawkins, who's okay. Sweeps the hand pass to Close. Close. Kicks towards full forward. Up. Not quite marking Cameron. Spills that. Oh, disaster. Holmes tried to have a running shot at goal. He's dropped the footy in the goal square. You wouldn't believe it. He dropped it through the right boot at it, then tumbled through for a behind.
It was actually a great bit of defensive effort from GWS.
Was it enough?
It was a hand across the dropping hand. It was a great bit of effort from the GWS defender.
It is still something you'll think about at 3 a.m. for the next 3 weeks.
Potentially the next few years.
Yeah. And it was Steen, I reckon, just sticking out the hand and not ideal. Poor old Max Holmes from the throw-in. Mumford in front. Knocks it to De Boer. Handball to Hopper. He kicks the Giants forward of the wing. Kolodjasny works his way to the front and marks. A retreat for the Cats inside their defensive 50. Mark able to be taken by Zach Guthrie. Matty sub came into the game at quarter time for Brandon Parfitt. Guthrie goes short to Menegola, who moves it on to Kolodjasny. Now he kicks towards half forward, looking for Tui. Can't take the mark, brings it to ground. Arriving for the Giants, Whitfield. Knocks it on to Cumming, now into the middle of the ground. Ash on top of the ball. Lots of players around the footy. It's not coming out yet. Holding the ball. And at the very bottom of the pack was Tui. So Ash with the free kick for the Giants. And he moves it on quickly.
GWS needs something to Whitfield. Heads into the left forward pocket. He wanted Lloyd. Got a hand pass back inboard. Attempted to scoop it up. It was going through Bruin. Instead, it's rushed through by the Cats for a minor score. Blitzarves made sure it was just going to be the point added to the Giants' total. They moved to be 4-7-31. The Cats are 7-9-51. 18 gone in the third term.
So Selwood with it. Spoke at half-time about a quiet first half for Joel Selwood. He goes short to Menegola in the back pocket. And Agola will kick as long as he can in the Dangerfield direction. Up goes Danger. Doesn't bring down the mark. De Boer roves. Giants quickly back the other way. Gives it to Wyden. Kicks inside 50. Going uphill. Across the front though, Blitzarves. Able to take the intercept mark for the Cats in the left back pocket. Almost a goal of the year and a mark of the year attempt for Bobby Hill in the first half. No, in this second half. As Blitzarves kicks towards the wing and Cameron is able to mark for Geelong. They lead by 20.79, plays 4-7.
Moves it on quickly. Cam Guthrie allows it to bounce. Gathers, sweeps the hand pass on to Rowan. Goes inside forward 50, shares it with Stanley. Then to Guthrie. They work it to Radaglia. Hand pass to Tui. Hand pass to Rowan. He was right on the goal line. He bumps it into the crowd. He's got his second. Slick hands from the Cats. It was razzle-dazzle. And they've got their 8.
It's a kick by Cameron.
8-9-57 Geelong, 4-7-31 the Giants, 19 gone in the third. Before we hear from our experts, Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Tom Hawkins did come to the bench. You mentioned he was sore. He's now getting strapping around his right thigh, and he was on the bike trying to just keep it warm, obviously, with a corky, and he's taken some painkillers, so it looks like Tom Hawkins will come back.
I wonder if that was in the ruck contest.
Yeah, it's a hamstring fork, I reckon.
Yeah, Mumford's got him with a knee.
It was filthy.
If we could lip read Tom Hawkins.
Yeah.
It was something else.
Like you're being shot from the grassy knoll.
Big quads to put some strapping around as well.
As he makes his way out to the wing. I don't think he would have found himself there too often, would he?
Bounce in the middle. Sproul in the ruck opposed to Stanley. It hits Stanley on the back. There's a free kick. It'll go to Stanley.
Thought it was there.
So Stanley in the middle of the ground. The Cats goes short to Duncan, not the required distance. Back feeds a handball to Stanley, who says, I can take you on, Sproul. He does. Runs his measure. Kicks inside 50. Radaglia in good position. Only one hand to it. Cumming roves. He's tackled quickly. The umpire wants to ball it up. No prior opportunity for Cumming. So a ball up. 20 out from the attacking goal for the Cats. Hawkins slaps it beautifully to Smith. On the outside, he dribbles it home. A great forward 50 stoppage from the Cats. Hawkins slaps it to the outside. Finds his runner in Smith. And Izzy Smith isn't missing that. The Cats out by 32 points. 9-9-63, plays 4-7-31. Harry Taylor. That is a specialty from Tomahawk.
It is. There's been a lot of forward 50 stoppages, and Hawk generally takes most of those ruck contests. This was a set play for sure. Outstanding hit. Great timing, great connection. You just develop that stuff by spending time together on the track, and Hawkins been terrific inside forward 50, particularly in the ruck.
Oh, it's just very clever because it identified that there's no Mumford who's off the ground, so their second ruck's in there, so the strength and the hit on the outside. To your winger flying through. Very clever. You don't get much time to set that up.
They've kicked the pass for the Cats to take a stranglehold on this game. And they'll win the ruck contest again. As Selwood bounces a kick inside forward 50. Holmes out after it. Davis coming the other way. Gathers tackled by Radaglia. It's locked in. Ball up the call.
They're flexing the muscles a bit Geelong at the moment.
Yep, aren't they? Ball thrown aloft inside their forward 50. Hawkins palmed it down. It came to Tui. Got the arms away from Hopper. Hand pass back to Selwoods. Put out the arm and it's high on Kelly. Seen that played a couple of times. A high fend off. We'll see Kelly get the free kick for the Giants. He'll have it at left half back. The Cats lead is 32 points. 22 gone in the third. Grandstand, AFL and ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Kelly kicks forward of the wing, off hands. Himmelberg gives it off to Canelio, who bombs it inside 50. And the mark taken back there by Buse.
It's the shape in front of the ball there, the Giants.
So Buse in the back pocket. Kick the Cats back to the wing towards Henderson. Through his hands it goes. Dangerfield gets it off hands. Handball to Selwood. Handball back here to Henderson, who just goes for a little run. Now he kicks the Cats towards half forward. Haynes in good position. Haynes will drag in the mark. So the Giants at left half back, 32 points the Cats lead, 9-9-63. GWS 4-7-31, 23 played in the third.
Thumping kick high up into the air and standing in best position, Dangerfield. A great kick. Worked its way, though, to Menegola. He'll kick inside forward 50. Hawkins stuck out one hand, couldn't mark. Spills out, though, to close. On the deck, back to Hawkins by a hand. Ash got in the way of Smith. Has it for the Giants. Spun away from close. Kicks beyond defensive, 50 to left half back. Selwood attacked the footy. Got in front of Perryman, tried to slap it to keep it in. Perryman was able to knock it on again. Myers, though, picks it up, gives it to Tui. Now to Selwood. Selwood unselfishly kicks towards the teeth of goal. He wanted Cameron Davis, won it down for the Giants. Threw it on the boot, got it clear of his defensive 50. Taken there by Lloyd under real pressure. He was tackled by Duncan. Umpire says no, free kick. Against the Cats and against Duncan. Having a look as Lloyd had it. Must be into his back from the decision. Just can't believe it was anything else. Interesting. So Lloyd has it. And he'll take it from the right back pocket and kick down the wing.
Heads to the logo. Coming up, Dangerfield brings it down. Canelio gathers on the bounce. He's wrapped up in a tackle. So ball up just inside the centre square in line with the logo, northern side of the ground. Stanley and Mumford both with hands on it. Ricochets back to Stanley. Flicks a handball to Dangerfield, to Myers. Little dribbling ball inside 50. Close can't quite. Iden does pick it up for the Giants. He handballs to space, runs onto it himself. Gets it onto Hopper. Hopper has Himmelberg on. Kicks out in front of him now. Himmelberg needs it to sit. Tries to get around Henderson. He'll kick towards a central position. Trying to find a target. He can't find Stone. Over his head it goes. Tui's there to mop up for the Cats. The cool head of the Irishman. Handball to Menegola. He'll go back with the handball. Right back to Buse. He runs himself into a little bit of a pickle, but he's good enough to get it back to Menegola.
Who then fires it towards the outer wing. Ash got a fist on it up against Smith. Ball spills to ground, comes out the side, taken by Iden. Back to Ash. The Giants have it once more. Ash through Cummins, then back to Ash. Kicks towards left half forward for the Giants. Atkins was able to get it. Put his hand on it towards Henry to Kolajasny. Stone won it to ground, spoiled it. Was able to pick it up again, Kolajasny for the Cats. Back to Henry. Kicks up towards the wing. Rowan is up and marking. That is a good grab. They worked their way up and down the side. Nothing came of it from the Giants, and Geelong will set themselves up again. Rowan towards right half forward to Dangerfield, who marks hard up against the boundary.
He's tried to get busy in the third. Patrick Dangerfield. He'll set this up. A shallow inside 50 entry, 3-on-1 against Tomahawk, and fisted out by Davis, so a throw in.
Stanley just tries to take Mumford forward as much as he can. I think Radicalier does the same thing rather than going down the line to be a threat option. Just drag him, get him out of the contest as much as he can.
45 metres around from the Cats' goal from the throw in. Able to clear it, the Giants, through Ward, back towards the wing. There's a free kick, a holding free kick, and it'll go the way of the Cats. So Henry will have it. 32 points, Geelong's lead. 27 minutes into this third term on Grandstand AFL.
So Henry takes a couple of strides, kicks into the right forward pocket. Dangerfield flies! Couldn't drag it in. Off hands, though, and over for a throw-in.
Had the luxury just to rest him forward a little bit now for the rest of the game. Wouldn't you? Doesn't need to really play a lot of midfield time.
Going back in. Hawkins out to get it. His hand pass chopped off. Hopper has it for the Giants. Gave it to Ward. Great smother. Dangerfield just willing himself to the contest. Spills out towards Taylor. He couldn't keep it in. I think he was happy not to anyway. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in. Bridget Lacey is downstairs.
Connor Arden's deep in defence for GWS is really struggling, limping.
Already been one change made. Medical sub. Brandon Parfitt with a hamstring. Subbed out. Zach Guthrie coming in for the Cats.
From the throw-in, no decisive tap. Loose footy inside 50 for the Cats. Tui, slick hands to Menegola. Jams it on the boot. and puts it through the major opening. It was well worked by the Cats. Tuita Meningola, who just jammed it on the boot and was able to tumble it end over end through the middle. And the Cats are starting to show their claws against GWS. 10-9-69 plays 4-7-31. Geelong by 38 points approaching three-quarter time.
Played a bit more inside tonight, Meningola. Which is generally not his role, is it?
No, maybe with the Parfitt injury.
Yeah.
Might have forced the hand a little bit, but it looks like the damn wall's just starting to crack a little bit now. Haynes has been manful the whole night, but you can just see the pressure building, and it's going to be a really sort of tough position to come back from here. Not discrediting the opportunity they have, but it's going to be tough.
Is there any life left in the Giants? From the bounce, Mumford was able to win it down. Ward gathers, tackled by Cam Guthrie, impeded the kick, so Meningola was able to get there. Stanley tried to tap it in the direction of two. He did well to work it on to Close. Close, surrounded by Giants, worked the kick away, but only as far as Davis, who marks at centre-half back for GWS. He'll flare the ball out to the commentary wing. Steen on the run, takes the mark, but has to pause. Cameron jumps in front of him. Steen doesn't see anything on short, runs inboard, stops, props, goes again, now kicks to a packet right half forward. Going up Lloyd, got a hand on it. Dangerfield slides out, hand pass to Close, well done. Hand pass back to Atkins, monstered the ground by two Giants. Umpire spotted a free kick.
Did he play holding the ball there?
Yeah, he did.
He had.
Took it on.
Wasn't a lot of pride, but he did take it on. Ash got him as De Boer sends it inside forward 50 and Mummy! Big Mumford takes a mark in the right forward pocket and about 30 from goal. He was able to dive across, actually came from behind Stanley. Slips catch. Three goals for the season to Shane Mumford. They don't come any bigger. Must convert for GWS. Tighter than a 45-degree angle to the right. It starts out right and swings back. It's through. Perth Stadium delighted by that finish. And so to his teammates. There's life in these Giants yet. The Cats 10-9-69. The Giants on the stroke of three-quarter time, 5-7-37. It's a 32-point lead to Geelong. It's big, but is it insurmountable? We will see. The Cats, 2 to Hawkins, 2 to Rowan, 2 to Cameron. You can also throw in singles to Close, Meningola, Radigalia and to Smith. While for GWS, all singles, their 5 goals. Stone, Kelly, Hill, which was a beauty, Lloyd and Mumford. Three-quarter time at Perth Stadium in the semi-final, the second semi-final of 2021. The Cats at 10-9-69. The Giants are 5-7-37. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand, AFL.
Step back to the 80s.
Standby control room.
Good evening and welcome to News at 6.
The world is changing.
Mikhail Gorbachev.
Second explosion here on Russell Street.
TV news is changing.
60 Minutes are sending female reporters to war zone.
You're a war zone on 2 legs.
For a star newsreader and promising young reporter,
I know you're incredible.
it's a roller coaster ride.
Please don't tell anyone. Here we go again.
The Newsreader.
Bloody magic.
Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
On the stance, big shout for leg before and she's given.
Coming down the track straight over the bowler's head.
Bowls the next delivery. Starts.
Here she comes down the pitch. And that's some way to bring up a half century.
Women's international cricket.
Struck on the pad out, LBW.
Drive straight, beats the infield, it's 4.
The cut for a second. Throw on its way. Shoot, run out. Australia bowled out.
Australia versus India. Starts September 21.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Hill, that would have been spectacular. Tui front position, clever de Boer, tapped it on Hill. Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant! Oh, that's the spark the game needed. Bobby Hill, that's a Bobby Dazzler. Duncan on the run, gathered on the logo, kicks inside forward 50. Rowan against Whitfield. It's a free kick going Rowan's way. Whitfield appeals his case to the umpire. Rowan looking for an important goal for the Cats. He's able to put it through. Myers puts it into the left forward pocket and Hawkins kicks from 35 out. It doesn't deviate off its line. He's got two. Rowan goes inside forward 50, shares it with Stanley, then to Guthrie. They work it to Ratugolea. Hand pass to Tui. Hand pass to Rowan. He was right on the goal line. He bumps it into the crowd.
Well, ball up. 20 out from the attacking goal for the Cats. Hawkins slaps it beautifully to Smith. On the outside, he dribbles it home. On the throw-in, no decisive tap. Loose footy, inside 50 for the Cats. Tui, slick hands to Menegola. Jams it on the boot and puts it through the major opening.
3 goals for the season to Shane Mumford. Must convert for GWS. Tighter than a 45-degree angle to the right. It starts out right and swings back. It's through.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Geelong have 1 foot into the preliminary final. They lead the Giants at three-quarter time in this semi-final by 32 points. Will the Giants, though, be boosted by that goal to Shane Mumford late on? Lots to talk about. Quarter to look forward to. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, premiership players Sharrod Wellingham and Harry Taylor, and Brownlow medalist Shane Woden.
Yeah, for me, I just thought the Cats really got ascendancy around the ball. The ruck dominance was better. Mumford off the ground for periods, I thought, hurt GWS. The Cats looked to get on control in the stoppages, and as we know, in big games, big finals, if you could do that, get the ball forward, you put defence under pressure, and GWS have been very, very manful in their defence. They look like they just started to show some cracks, mate.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They took a stronger advantage of their clearances because they aren't really, when you look at the stats, they aren't really dominating in terms of numbers. They're just getting a lot more bang for their buck. They're getting more territory. You see a lot of the time the GWS midfielders might get first hands in the clearance, but it's a haphazard disposal post that. It's an over-the-shoulder look away. If it's a kick, it's under pressure going sideways. On the flip side, Geelong are really able to get some territory, lock it in there, and complete opposite to GWS forward line. The Geelong forward line's working really well, creating contests, and then you're seeing the forwards coming in and locking it in. It's been really just a forward line that I suppose functioned a lot better in terms of Geelong's.
Some of the numbers, more about ball control for Geelong, more disposals, 282 to GWS, 239. The inside 50s, Geelong 40 to 38. The marks, Geelong 73, GWS 54. Contested possessions, plus 13 Geelong in that area. Clearances are level at 29 apiece. The tackles, 53 for GWS, 37 for Geelong. Leading ball winners, Zach Tui, 26, back in the team this week. Lockie Whitfield, 25. Menegola with 23. Just a reminder as well, Parfitt subbed out of the game with a hamstring injury. Zach Guthrie into the game at quarter time.
Season over for tonight's losers. Winners into the prelim. Giants need to fight back. They need an early goal. It'll be Geelong, though, who get the first clearance. It was run down by Stanley. Eventually made its way to Dangerfield. Dumps it inside forward 50. Steen tried to slap it away. Taken by Davis. Broke one tackle. Hand pass to Whitfield. What's the umpire said here? He's going to be a free kick to come back towards the Cats to Myers. High fend off against Davis. So Myers from right half forward kicks inside forward 50. Spoil Cummings. Oh, bounce back close. Couldn't believe his luck. Buy a lottery ticket, young man. He was standing in the goal square. It bounced his way and he thumped it through for his second. Wow, luck is a fortune. And if it's not going your way, it's not going your way. That would be how the Giants would feel right now. The Cats lead is out to 38 points. 11-9-75 to 5-7-37.
deflating, isn't it? Early in the quarter.
Again, just so much territory off that clearance inside 50, and then the forwards buttering up for a contesting, then getting it deep inside the Geelong forward 50.
The replay of Loon Cameron, I think, summed it all up. Just a shake of the head. I don't know where Kelly's support from the fat side wing there, area to come in and just non-existent. It was a one-on-one contest in the goal square.
Perfect bounce back in the middle. Stanley looking to knock it down to Dangerfield. Runs into Hopper. Eventually the Giants get it moving forward to half forward. Picked up by De Boer. Gives it off to Taranto. Haynes has been swung forward and he takes the mark on the lead. 30 metres out. Slight angle to the left-hand side.
With Whitfield probably their best two all night, haven't they? Consistently over the game. Different role now for him.
What's he like in front of the pegs, do we know?
Might have just gone to the wrong end after the three-quarter time break.
Never seen him forward.
First time he's been forward in his 166 games, but he kicks like a veteran forward. He puts it through the middle and gives the Giants fans some hope. His first goal of the year for Nick Haynes. So 6-7-43 GWS, Geelong 11-9-75, back to 32 points.
Employ the duck rule, just get everyone up on the 50 and he play out of the goal square.
To answer your question, he's batting at 500. He's 1 goal 1 for season 2021. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Connor Arden just running up and down the boundary. He's had a heap of strapping put on that left ankle after limping late in that quarter, and Shane Mumford really hurt his back in that last ruck contest, so keep an eye on him.
The duck rule. I like that. Shot of Justin Langer. Clear out, lads.
That's up you go.
That's Wayne Carey, not Justin Langer, who's got his Eagle scarf on as a West Coast director. Shot of him in the crowd on the big screen. Bounce to restart. Both rucks had a go at it. Stanley against Mumford. Spills out to Dangerfield, who gathers for Geelong. Kicks around the body towards left half forward. Met by Whitfield. Really cleverly. Bounced it along the ground to Taranto. Hand pass backwards. Swooping by to gather it is coming. Gives it again to Taranto. Wasn't sure what to do with it for a moment on centre wing, so he kicks the right half forward. Henderson punched it away. Spills down to Lloyd. Racing by Kelly. Beautiful hand pass. Great gather as well. Kelly will bounce it towards goal. It'll bounce it left full forward. Hill might have been dispatched and it bounces back into Stone, who kicks the goal. What about that for his second? Goodness me.
It was a beautiful bit of play by Bobby Hill, who got under the ball but knew that his teammate was in the centre of the corridor and just knocked it straight over his head to Stone.
Just punched it on like we saw him tap it on before for his goal. Take no possession, says Bobby Hill. Works for him too. The Giants have got their 7-7-49 to 11-9-75. Really clever from Hill. Slapped it over his head. There he was, Stone. Sent it through. It's stiff with the bounce there.
Very stiff.
You can see why some players are underrated. That isn't a stat. It doesn't get written down, but really significant in that goal.
This oval-shaped ball, it can do you in from time to time, can't it?
Certainly can. It's good awareness.
Geelong defenders did everything right, but the ball just didn't quite bounce their way, and Bobby Hill clever enough. Secondary bounce in the middle. This time the umpire lobs it up. Mumford hooks it down, coming through Ward. GWS suddenly with a little bit of pep in their step. Hopper, handball out towards Kelly, a little fumble. Recovers, handball to Ward, handball to Hopper. Now Perryman through the middle of the ground, gets it on the boot, floats it inside 50, bouncing ball. De Boer able to get after it. He knocks it out towards Cornelio. Cornelio slips over, knocks it to the boundary line, and we'll get a throw in. 47 around from the GWS goal. Another one now would make the Cats nervy. 26 points the advantage. Stanley trying to backhand it down. Ward swoops onto the loose footy, gets it on the left, snaps it through. Callum Ward with the team lifter. And GWS have kicked 3 goals in the space of 4 minutes. to bring the margin back to 20 points. 11-9-75 plays 8-7-55.
Just getting field position, aren't they?
And that movement at forward 50 stoppage was just magic. Defender's worst nightmare is the stoppage where everybody's just on the move and cutting and making patterns at the stoppage, and it was really good work from Ward, who just hit it at pace.
You'd hope that Geelong have learnt from the Melbourne game.
Yeah.
You'd hope they went to school on that, and we're going to put some things in place now to negate this game, get it going back their way.
Could it be happening again?
Would it be something Chris Scott would raise at three-quarter time?
I wouldn't have thought, certainly during the week.
Yeah. Stanley won it down straight to a Giant who's surrounded by cats. It's not coming out of there. Taranto.
You also don't want Geelong to go ultra defensive either.
No.
You don't want to suck it back. You want to still be playing the game of footy that's there to be won.
Stanley won it down to Taranto. Got a hurry kick away up in the air. Tui's underneath it. Slapped away by Kelly, though. It'll come out again. Menengola had to race onto the football. Couldn't gather. Socket forward by Cornelio. Taranto, here come the Giants again. To Kelly. Snaps around the body from 45 out. One-on-one in the goal square. Would bounce through. Tui. Did he get a touch?
Free kick holding.
Free kick holding against the Giants. It's against Sproul down there. And Tui sends it beyond defensive 50. You can hear the frustration around the ground. Have another look, gents. What did you think?
Just watching the replay now, and not a lot in that.
No free kick.
No free kick. Definitely touched and rushed.
Yeah, he did touch it anyway, so it wouldn't have been a major, but it would have been a point. Will that matter? Stanley slaps it down in front. Holmes onto the footy. Picks it up for Geelong. Kicks forward of the wing. Radagalia launches at it. Doing well, Steen brings it to ground. Davis there to provide the numbers for GWS. Hopper's low ball, a turnover. Close. Runs back the other way. Handball misses Duncan. Allows in Whitfield. Whitfield goes in. It comes out to Rowan for the Cats. Sweeps a handball to the outside. Cam Guthrie onto it. Goes short. Hawkins marks. 2 metres in from the right hand behind post in the right forward pocket. And Geelong.
Is that Perryman that turned it over?
Yeah, it was Perryman.
Yeah, geez, had to go corridor. Trying to be too cute.
Hawkins will snap on the left. One step out, puts it on the left, bends it home. That hurts for GWS. Geelong respond through Hawkins, who has 3.
Like
12-9-81 plays 8-7-55, 9 minutes into the fourth. The Cats by 26.
You like that by Guthrie?
Yeah, just senior head, composed, didn't blaze away. Just put the hit up on.
Let the Hawk do his work.
Let the Hawk do his work, correct.
Feels like a touch ball / holding the man right on the line might have been the moment. It could have easily been 14 points, and GWS coming with a rush. Instead, it's back out to 26, 9 minutes into the fourth.
Good steadier.
Yeah. Big moment for the Geelong side. And they'll get the centre clearance here through Dangerfield, though, who's tackled by Brill, and the hand pass wasn't what he was hoping for. It went to Hopper. He grubbers a kick towards centre half forward. Zach Guthrie overran it. It came out to the ball. Worked inside by Bruin again. Push. It's going to be a free kick. The Giants will have it through Himmelberg.
Didn't need to do it.
He'll boot the ball from in line with the left hand behind post. He'll be kicking from 40 metres out.
He had a quiet night, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Can have a quiet night and still have an impact.
Yeah, of all games you needed them.
To bring it back to within 20 points. Himmelberg needs this. There is a big, big sound around Perth Stadium. Himmelberg, he kicks his first of the night. In terms of the season, he's 34th. The Giants have 9. 9-7-61 to the Cats, 12-9-81 11 gone in the fourth, and the Giants just won't go away.
And it feels like the stadium's behind them a bit, doesn't it? It feels like they've got a nice little following and really getting behind them in every contest and every effort, aren't they?
This is the greater west of Sydney.
It's the furthest western Sydney.
So Himmelberg able to slot it and bring it back to 20 points. 44,000 and change in attendance. For a club that a lot of people say was an AFL marketing ploy, they play with a lot of heart and spirit, the Giants, don't they? They never go away. Stanley straight down to Guthrie. Cam Guthrie in the centre bounce. It's locked in. We'll try again.
Yeah, early on they were the junior Ferraris, weren't they? And it was all about skill and getting the game moving, but they've really come along in leaps and bounds as a club.
Taranto with the clearance to half forward for GWS. There's a free kick. It'll go against Bobby Hill. It'll go to Blitzarves. Bobby Hill says he was holding me. Blitzarves with the free kick for the Cats. He goes laterally. Back to Henry. Henry now called to play on. Haynes will close him down. Henry kicks towards the wing. Hill will go with a big run and jump. Off hands it comes down. Close onto the footy for the Cats. Just kicks a mongrel punt around the northern wing. It bounces on its point. Tumbles out. Stifled appeals from the crowd for deliberate.
It's a great kick for touch, as they say.
So I'll throw in between wing and half forward. Here for the Cats, they lead by 20 points, 12 minutes 43 into the fourth.
Stanley won it down against Mumford to Cam Guthrie. Kick was smothered. Out after it, Dangerfield might have been taken high. If you just say play on. Holmes hard up against the boundary. Kicks towards full forward. Steen punches it. Absolutely belts it through for a rush behind. A minor score, 12-10-82 to 9-7-61. Cats in front. That's a lovely kick in right up the corridor to Hopper, who plays on by hand to release a teammate running by Cummings. Not a great kick to the outer wing. Spills away from Lloyd. Zach Guthrie couldn't take it. Umpire will say we'll have a free kick here. Zach Guthrie taken high against Ash, leaping in to try to win possession.
So Stanley for the Cats. Flares it towards the northern wing. Mark taken by Duncan. Puts it out in front of Cameron. He'll have to get it on the bounce. Stops. Picks it up. Handball to Tui, who looks for a leading Hawkins and delivers it on a platter about a metre off the ground as Hawkins slides in and marks. 25 metres out on a 45-degree angle to the right-hand side.
Just runs good patterns, doesn't he? Just doesn't run laterally to allow defenders to zone and own the space. He makes his opponent defend.
So the mark, 25 metres out. Hawkins trudges in. He's already got 3. Now he's got 4. The question is asked, and the champ delivers. A steadier again for the Cats. 13-10-88. They lead the Giants 9-7-61. A 27-point advantage at the quarter-hour mark of the final term.
He's still got years ahead of him. Still got a couple of years, do you think? He's playing great footy over the last few years, or his whole career, but
he's been fantastic.
He hasn't slowed down at all. Hasn't,
super professional off the field. Got a really good balance with his family. Has some property, has some land, able to get away and sort of remove himself from the Geelong City, if you like. So a really good balance. And I mean, tonight for him, it would mean a lot for him to play well. I mean, him and Joel have played I think it's the AFL record for most games together. It would mean a lot for him to play well, and he's certainly living up to his end of the bargain.
Certainly coming to the year really fit, didn't he? Looks strong and leaner than probably what he has in the previous.
Radaglia wins it down, trying to burst his way through. Hopper for the Giants to Himmelberg. Kick was smothered. Hopper dives on it again. Cats pile on top of him. Dangerfield desperate. It's going to be a free kick.
Shoulder.
And Hopper not making enough effort to get rid of it. And it is the shoulder we spoke about, or you heard Shane speak about before, coming off the ground as Zach Sproul. So bad news for him. He's in real pain. Cam Guthrie now kicks into the right forward pocket and leading out and marking is Cameron.
Sorry, Mummy didn't get much of a breather. Straight back on.
Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Zach Sproul's heading straight down to the rooms with that right shoulder.
Had it heavily strapped to begin with. It will be him for the night. Jeremy Cameron has 2 goals, 1 for the evening. We'll put Boots a ball from just beyond 50. At right half forward, the kick's out to the right. It stays that way. A minor score, 13-11-89. The Giants 9-7-61. The Cats with a handy lead at the 17-minute mark of the last.
Jeez, wasn't much in that, wasn't it?
So Whitfield with the kick in, runs to the pocket, drives it long to the wing, looking for a mark, a big leap and dragging it in. Cummings able to take the mark. He moves it on quickly towards Hill. Hill can't quite complete it. Bruin might have been dealt with either way. Geelong get back and mop up. As Menengola kicks back towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Dangerfield. He takes it out. And a throw in on the southern wing. 28 points, Geelong's advantage. What did you think of Cumming going upstairs?
Little chest mark.
From the throw-in, Ward gets a handball away. Whitfield under pressure. It spits out to Myers here for the Cats. Handball to Menengola. Kicks inside, attacking 50. Hawkins in good position. Hawkins marks on his chest. And he'll go back from 20 out. Slight angle to the left-hand side. And his 5th.
That's all at sea there on that one, Taylor, wasn't in that one-on-one.
Those big high balls.
Yeah.
No one to be more confident with themselves, plonking themselves and owning the drop zone than Tommy Hawkins in the league, I'd imagine. Just owns his space so well.
Big frame to try and get around, isn't it?
Yeah, he was set early too, which made it really hard for Taylor.
So in game 301, played every game this year, Hawkins comes in and has 1 for the thumb, 5 for the Hawk. And Geelong are just about into the prelim, you would think. They're out by 34 points. 14-11-95. They lead GWS 9-7-61. 19 minutes travelled, 4th term. Clint Wilden, myself, Ben Cameron, Sherrod Wellingham, Shane Woden and Harry Taylor.
Too long, you reckon? You'd nearly ice him, wouldn't you?
Yeah, fella. He just doesn't miss trainings. He just doesn't miss games.
Plays big minutes too, doesn't he? He doesn't really come off.
He came off, to get Mummy's knee taken out of his thigh. That's about all tonight. And, he just plays significant minutes over and over again. But as I said earlier, super professional, does the right things at the right time.
And for his age, at 34?
Yep.
To play long minutes, extraordinary effort. I know he plays deep, but still got to work.
Down to the footy. Mumford won it down. Dangerfield burst through. Great hand pass under pressure. Got it out to Cam Guthrie. Kicks the Cats towards right half forward. Close. Tracks it up against Perryman. Neither could gather. Taken by Cameron. Really well. Was being tackled. Somehow manufactures a kick inside forward 50. Here's Close. Now to Selwood. Running behind him. Myers gathers, snaps and goals. Party time now for the Cats.
Post up.
No, he's hit the post. It was all there to be had. 14-12-96. The Giants 9-7-61. 20 gone in the 4th.
On the kick in to Bruin. Right half back. He goes back to Wyden. Still one of the best nicknames in the AFL. I've used it already this year, but his nickname's Seek. Wyden Seek. As he goes short to Hopper at half back. Running by Ash. He's able to gather. He kicks forward to the wing. Hill in good position. Goes for the leap on Henry. Henry stays down and reads it better. He takes the mark. At centre half back for the Cats. Geelong leading by 35. 20 minutes into the 4th as Henry kicks towards the wing. Trying to find Rowan. Whitfield brings it to ground, halving the contest. And he goes back and gets it. On to Perryman. Kicks forward to Kelly. Sweeps a handball Out towards Bruin. He looks inside 50, gesticulates at them, runs to the arc of 50, sets it up for Himmelberg. Himmelberg protects the drop well and marks on his chest, runs around and snaps it through. The limited celebration from the Giants tells you that the Cats have probably broken their spirit. But it's back to 29 points with the second goal of the night. The big Harry Himmelberg. 14-12-96 the Cats. GWS 10-7-67. 21 and a half into the fourth.
Just got to keep taking the game on, don't they? Keep surging it forward and carrying it. It's a good play by Bruin.
Haven't seen enough of that. What, when you use the legs when you're 70 out, try and move some traffic, let the forwards work some patterns. Just haven't seen that. It's just been kick it in.
Bridget Lacey's downstairs. Bridge.
The Giants medi sub, James Peatland's entered the game for the first time. He's gone into defence.
Of course, the injury to Zach Sprout from the ruck contest against Radaglia. The shoulder injury sent him off the ground and out of the game as the Giants get the clearance. Bursting away as Ash takes a bounce. Wobbles a kick inside forward 50, met by Henry. Good tackle, Hill. Wrapped him up. That'll be a ball up. Right forward pocket for GWS. Umpire throws it aloft. One down. And Stanley might have had more against Mumford. In the end, it comes to Dangerfield, who's able to get a clearing kick towards right half back. Racing out after it. There is Peatling. The medical sub. Got a hand pass inboard. Found Ward. Kicks long towards full forward. Stretching Himmelberg. Couldn't mark Cornelio. Tackled by Selwood. The two captains head to head. And the ball over with Cornelio. The boundary line for a throw in.
Crowd.
I reckon that's a great crowd. 44,091, as Ben told you a short time ago. Great response from WA footy fans.
Mumford brings it down, gives it off to Kelly, hooks it back towards the pocket. Looking for a marker there, Bruin. He can't mark it. Gives it off towards Taranto. Kick charged down by Henry and knocked out of play. So I'll throw in right forward pocket for GWS. 29 points the margin.
Kelly's within his rights to have a shot there. I reckon he's skillful enough. Just could have knocked that over.
Umpire spins it back in. Mumford trying to knock it down towards Hill. Arriving Smith for the Cats. Onto the footy and onto his left. He kicks towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Hawkins. Can't gather it. He knocks it out. Oh, does he just reaches towards the hamstring.
Might be icing him.
Yeah. Which is interesting. That's right where he got the corky. Maybe just feeling the corky, but hopefully a hamstring injury there for Tom Hawkins. Cats leading by 29. 24 minutes into the fourth.
He's kicked 5 tonight to Hawkins. Taranto takes it away from the stoppage for the Giants. Finds Haynes, who marks and plays on by hand. Racing by Stone, kicks towards goal. He's missed. Bounces across the face and through for a minor score. 10-8-68. The Giants 14-12-96. The Cats 25 gone in the last.
Just grimacing.
He stayed out there, so you think if he had felt anything, he'd be straight off.
Short kick in from Duncan. Nicola Jasny, who goes back to Duncan. Top of the defensive goal square for the Cats. One of two West Aussies out there today for Geelong. Duncan as he kicks beyond the defensive 50. Blitzarves forced to spoil, then a big tackle on Steen, and he forces a ball up. 60 out from the attacking goal. Here for GWS, trying to see if they can come with a late rush. Mumford down towards De Boer. Gets a handball away towards the attacking 50, but Tui picks it up, jams it on the boot, kicks back towards the wing. A holding free kick, or high in fact, and it'll go to Cameron for the Cats. Cameron. 28 points their lead.
Chips, that's clever around the corner. Beautifully weighted kick to Myers. Marked in front of Idun. Sends it on towards Smith. He's at right half forward. Got away from Kelly. Puts it inside attacking. Dickie Hawkins threw himself at the footy. Couldn't mark. Down to Holmes. Knocked it back to Cameron, who'd started everything and continued his run inside the forward 50. And then he was tackled Umpire says we'll ball it up. He gives Stephen Cornelio a little pat on the back too for his efforts to lock it in. Ball up inside Geelong's forward 50. Mumford palms it down. It's to Taylor. Kicks the Giants on the bounce in the direction of Cornelio. Couldn't gather. Menegola had it, gave it to Duncan. Back to Menegola. Left it behind. Turned, gathered, got a kick away. In towards the left forward pocket. Up and marking Smith. He'll go back and have a shot on goal from about 40 out. Better than a 45-degree angle to the left.
I'll definitely be doing it now.
Look, he's on his haunches.
I'm going, come on, mate.
Sit down, Tommy Hawkins, a bit of Cats fans around the nation. Sit down, just relax. Isaac Smith, meantime. Smith, boots cross the 50, kicks on its way, it's across the face, it's missing. 14-13 at 97, the Cats. Giants 10-8-68, 27 gone in the fourth. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital, right around the nation.
I'll ask you guys, what's it like in this moment? I'll get back to that as they turn it over quickly. Izzy Smith onto it again. He snaps across the body, dropping the mark. Holmes. He tries to pick it up. And they jump on top of him. We'll get a ball up, 20 metres out. And the attacking goal here for the Cats. Hawkins to do the ruck work again. Always dangerous in these situations. Looking for Smith again. Can't find him. Coming through Duncan. Picks it up. Handball towards Cam Guthrie. Stands up in a tackle. What's it like when you got 5 minutes left and you know your season's done but you're playing out the match?
Yeah, it's kind of feels useless.
Duncan
Empty, yeah.
onto the footy. Back feeds a handball to Stanley, who goes to a central position, and Menegola out the back of the pack. He's able to mark on his chest, 40 metres out, slight angle to the right-hand side.
What for are you taking off now? Hawkins.
Selwood.
Stanley.
Yep. Danger.
I haven't seen Radical.
Danger's all right. I reckon maybe Tui looks like he's worked his ass off tonight.
I haven't seen Radical Leary out there for a little bit, so maybe they're being a bit cautious with him as well.
Yep.
Menegola comes in, the drop punt, sneaks through for his second. A little bit of icing on the Geelong cake. They're booked a date with Melbourne next Friday night in the preliminary final. 15-13, 103 the Cats. GWS 10-8-68. A fifth time this year that Geelong have gone into triple figures. They've won all of them.
We saw it last week with the Ds. They had Gawn, Petrarca, Oliver, May. I think it was May. The last 4 or 5 minutes just said, no, you're done.
You're done.
Save you for a couple of weeks.
It's going to be some sort of game, isn't it?
Unbelievable.
Well,
Have we seen enough to suggest the Cats can really push Melbourne next week?
Oh, absolutely. Yep, definitely. They're a good team. They've got plenty of experience. Arden, been here before.
From the bounce, Mumford palmed it down, straight to Hopper, met by Duncan, and then Stanley coming out of there, ball up on the outer edge, the centre circles. Umpire throws it aloft. On the ruck, got a telling tap. Whitfield tried to work it through. Selwood pushed it back into traffic. Whitfield on his knees, tried to give it to Ward, bounced away from him. And Duncan had it, and he was tackled once more.
What a preliminary final experience out there.
Yeah.
Head to a Melbourne team.
Melbourne's last prelim here wasn't that crash hot.
No, that's an understatement, is it? Going down again towards Kelly. Kelly kicks inside, forward 50, stretching. Henderson couldn't mark, Cummins trying to tap to his own advantage. Cummins went again and then taken over the line by Henry. It's going to be a ball in, that 40 out. The Giants' goal. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Dangerfield and Radaglia have been off for a while, but they keep getting up as though they want to come back on.
Just want to be involved, Bridge. Closing stages. Stanley won it down. Wood sharked it away to Cornelio. Now worked it on again. This is Stone. He'll kick towards goal. He's missed the line out to the right-hand side. Not what he was hoping for at all. Has kicked a terrific goal earlier tonight. That vote won't count. 15-13, 103. The Cats scored 10-8-68. The Giants, who've gone past the 31-minute mark in the last.
Umpire spins it in. Mumford knocking it down. Coming through Duncan. Handball back to Zach Guthrie. Now Tui on the last line. Lobs a handball to Kolajasny. He tries to get it to Henry under pressure. He's cool. Back to Tui. His kick good to Menengola. Menengola marks 49 metres out from his defensive goal. Mummy looks sore as he just works up into a canter. Tui at right half back. He'll kick towards the wing. Cameron can't take the mark. Out the back it goes. Peatling picks it up. The Medi sub for the Giants into the game. Handball to Davis. Handball to Whitfield. Back towards Peatling. And now Kelly over the footy. Rowan brings him to ground. Then Holmes arrives. Jumps on top of him. And the umpire will want to ball it up.
Does Dowhouse come back in next week?
Yeah,
Marford? Harry?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Higgins
is probably the other one in the conversation.
Mumford and Stanley again. Down into the hands of Ward. Mumford gets a knee in the back of the head. It comes to Stanley, who kicks a high ball. Doesn't go the required distance. Peatling, I'm going to get out a handball. And now out of play.
I'm only outside looking in. I've got Narkle in front of both of them.
I like the way he plays a lot more.
Love how he plays. I just think he's been unlucky. We spoke to Tommy before the game, Tommy Stewart, and just says he's a little bit far down the pecking order.
Thrown back in. Stanley missed it. Just bashed forward by Mumford, but not where he really wanted it to go, only as far as Buse, and the Cats they have it once more. It's fired towards Stanley, who marks. He's got it on centre wing. Duncan's been busy again tonight. Tui with 31 touches leading the way for the Cats. Back into the team. What a performance again. The kick towards right half forward from Geelong, and Cameron can't mark. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
At 90% too, Tui. It's been very good. And the goal's been solid.
600 metres gained.
Still think question of the year on Grandstand was Ben Cameron asking Tui if he asked for the number 2 because of his surname. And him actually admitting that it's true. He did. Well done. Giants will bring it away from the stoppage. Down to Ward. Whitfield kicks forward again. Disposal 33 for him, but not one he was after. Marked there by Henderson. And he's happy to trot back. And the Cats, they know the game is in their keep.
So Henderson just kicks forward of the wing. Cameron and Davis both go up. Cameron with hands to it. Coming through Ward. He picks it up for the Giants. Tight ropes the line with a nice left-footed pass to De Boer. De Boer infield to Ash. Hopper. Handball to Whitfield. Whitfield will kick into the middle of the ground. Slipping over. There is Peatling for GWS. Eventually it comes out the back. Taylor picks it up. Handball to Ash. He looks direct into the pocket, trying to get it to Himmelberg. It's spoilt down by Blitzarves and the Cats. Now gathering at Henry. He's tackled quickly. And we'll get a ball up in the right forward pocket. 15-13, 103 plays 10-8-68. Geelong are going to be the winners.
Stanley palms it down for the Cats. It comes out wrapped up by Taranto. The season is over for the Giants. The Cats bounce back. And the Demons, they await in a preliminary final. Geelong impressive in the West. And the Cats prevail by an impressive 35 points.
The greatest team of all. We are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. At home or far away. Our banners fly high from north to north. Down at Cardinia Park.
Goal kicking led by Tom Hawkins. He booted 5 for Geelong. 2 to Cameron, 2 to Rowan, 2 to Menegola and 2 to Close. Singles to Radicalea and to Isaac Smith. While for GWS, 2 to Stone to Himmelberg as well. And singles to Ward, Mumford, Lloyd, Hill, Kelly and Haynes.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
Too old, too slow. No, not tonight. Too experienced. 15-13, 103. To the Giants, 10-8-68. Setting up a tantalising preliminary final next Friday at Perth Stadium as the Demons face the Cats. We know what happened last time as Melbourne stormed their way to the minor premiership. How will things pan out in a week's time? We've got all that to look forward to. And, of course, our other semi-final to be decided tomorrow at the Gabba between Brisbane and the Western Bulldogs, who'll face Port Adelaide. But a lot to like about the Cats' performance tonight. They were challenged at times, and despite losing Brandon Parfitt early to the hamstring, they got the job done and did what was required by their supporters. We wondered if they'd bounce back like they have done so often. Geelong did exactly that. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Shane Woden, Sharad Willingham and Harry Taylor.
Just overpowered them in the second half, didn't they? Put the foot down, which we probably expected they would. Statistically, even in a lot of areas.
Yeah, pretty even.
Probably a little bit more effective when they do go forward. We spoke about at the start of the game just how limited they were going to be, GWS in their front half, and just no avenues to goal, and we're going to find it very difficult to score at times throughout the night, which ended up being the case, 49 inside 50s apiece, but just limited chances, and the Geelong defence held up really well.
Geelong, I'd say, went out there and executed close to exactly what they wanted to do, Harry. I think that was their game plan. It's been their MO, and they'd give themselves a tick in terms of getting the job done tonight. But GWS, on the other hand, that's a bit of an issue for them in terms of list, perhaps. Like, do they need to go and get a big key forward? Hogan obviously played a lot better this year, but I'll be going out and trying to get a key forward.
And it would have probably been the answer, but Riccardi would have come in and given him an option up front. I'm not sure how. He's a 6'4", I would have thought, but
I think he's 195.
Yeah, so at least it's an option. It's a target. It can work in tandem with Himmelberg, but they only internally do the GWS match committee know the reasons why and why not. But can't speculate from up here. But they certainly found wanting in that part of the ground tonight.
Look, yeah, significant for Geelong for a lot of reasons. Clearly it's a final and you need to win these ones, but Joel Selwood's record, that's something they would have touched on and certainly talked about a lot during the week. You saw some of the leaders stand up for obvious reasons, but most importantly because of his efforts and his leadership over a long period of time. So Hawkins plays well most weeks, but he lifts in these games. He lifts for his mate Joel Selwood, and we probably should just remind everyone how good GWS have been. It's been a tough year. A lot of friends and family doing it tough for them in New South Wales. So a fantastic effort for them. A really gallant season, albeit a lot of it spent away from family on the road.
Worth mentioning, as you said, 73 days away from home today. So they've been on the road since round 14. And what they've been able to do after looking like they would miss finals to win the last 3 games of the home and away season and surge into them and then give everyone a little bit of a wonder about what they might be able to achieve with that 1-point win over Sydney. We do wonder how different would things have been if Toby Green, Tom Green and Jesse Hogan were all available. It is the end of the road too, worth mentioning, for Shane Mumford. An absolute warrior. He's retired once before, but this is the end for him. He's going to transition into full-time coaching. You can tell from the reaction of his players what he meant for them. Had to really do a mountain of work this season. In the 13 games when he had to come in and play in the ruck, he gave it absolutely everything. Terrifying figure at times, I'd reckon, for opposition players. And a bloke in the hoops, Mitch Duncan, would know all about that. But Shane Mumford gets a couple of pats on the back as he makes his way down into the Giants' rooms. The season is done and dusted for GWS after everything that they've gone through. They bow out, losing by 35 points to the Geelong Football Club.
He's a Saturday to Saturday player too, wasn't he, Mumford?
Yep.
Just can't train.
just had to. I remember I read an interview with him in, I think it was the Sydney Morning Herald, and he actually goes, "Geez, I'm old." Talking about how the body creaks
Just
every
quickly,
night.
We know that Chris Scott can address the group pre-game on the ground, or usually does, makes a habit of it. But interesting here, just pulling the team in on the ground for a little huddle and a chat. Harry, you'd be best versed to tell us. What do you think's going on here?
I think he'd be trying to talk about the great effort they've put in tonight, the opportunity that lay ahead. We're in a great position. We're in a really good spot to take it right up to Melbourne. Enjoy tonight. Enjoy what you've just achieved. Now go out and absolutely give it everything next week.
Was that something he did at all with you?
I think it's just on emotion. So if he felt like it was necessary, he'd come and talk to the group straight away, and often on the ground like that. So, yes, does it often on the field, but, significant moment here as we see Joel Selwood coming off the ground. Unbelievable player, unbelievable person.
It'll be Corey Enright, who games record here, Clipses on one side, and Tom Hawkins, another 300-game player on the other, as they chair him from the ground in celebration. He waves to the Cats fans who are here in at Perth Stadium. Game 333 tonight, and he punches the air a little bit in joy. And I'll now just ease him back onto the stadium surface.
No one, someone else to carry him.
Tom Hawkins is thinking,
he's limping.
Doesn't feel good.
No one has played more games in the Blue Hoops now than Joel Selwood. And he turns, gives his players a rev up, holds both hands aloft, walking off the ground. A little hug to Brian Cook, the CEO, and he's departing as well, of course, at the end of the season. It meant a lot to them. You can see Corey Enright a short time ago too go across and give Jeremy Cameron a big hug. His first time up against his old club, and now wearing again the famous number 5 by Geelong. Chris Scott waits at the very back as the majority of his team makes their way down, and Isaac Smith will be the last to go as the rest of the Cats make their way down into the rooms. We'll join them just a second for the club song.
Corey Enright was right in the middle of that huddle on the ground there.
Yeah, maybe it was just to recognise Joel Selwood.
Yeah. Let's head into the rooms. So full time again, 15-13, 103 to GWS's 10-868. Tom Hawkins with 5 goals for the Cats. We'll try and get an interview from the Cats rooms as soon as we can, but let's get some more thoughts from our experts, Shane Woden, Harry Taylor and Sharad Willingham.
I thought Geelong's defence was outstanding all night, and led by one of their younger players down there, Jack Henry. I thought he was terrific. He's been great in his first 2 games this season in the finals. Expect him to have another really good week next week.
Was he All-Australian squad this year?
Couldn't be 100% sure.
I reckon he had an outstanding year. I love the way he plays. Intercept mark, just structures up so well. I really, really rate the way he plays. And yeah, definitely a huge tick from their back line. Picks up a lot of slack with obviously Tommy being out as well.
Let's head downstairs. Bridget Lacey's got an update for us. Bridge?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know it was actually Mitch Duncan who came down the race and insisted Corey Enright come over for that moment. And I think, he had a bit to say before. He was one of the 2 who carried Joel Selwood off. Also Gary Rowan, as they were coming off down the race, had the GoPro out, just recording it, or maybe for Harry to show him later.
Big thing now with playing groups when they're coming off the ground, the GoPros.
Especially the Geelong crew.
Got to get the content.
Really like it, hey?
Got to get the content for social media and TikTok and all of those things these days.
Yeah, we have seen a number of Cats players in the past be handed the GoPro as they walk down. It's quite clever from the Geelong media team.
Time wouldn't happen, would it?
In your time?
No chance.
Stop getting ahead of yourself, young fella.
Well, the cameras were this big when you were playing.
when Sharrett's is this big, he's got both hands shoulder width apart above his head. They actually probably were about that big. When
Couldn't sneak in a little GoPro.
Very good, Geelong.
Yeah, I was about to say,
good all year.
What really stood out to you tonight from the Cats? Because there were genuine question marks for them, and I thought unfairly, but for Chris Scott as well, with what he'd done with this group, they've answered a fair bit of that now.
I thought it was really, really strong for them to bounce back from the way they performed last week. They were completely dismantled last week, structurally, and obviously the game plan going up against the way Geelong like to play just imploded last week. It couldn't have probably looked much worse. For them to come back out this week, everything on the line as a semi-do-or-die final, to come out and perform, still do exactly what they wanted to do. I think I said, do they have to change what their game style is? Do they have to try and move the ball a bit faster pre-game with Tommy? And he said, no, we're just going to go out there and do what we do and what's got us here. And I think that's really impressive, to have a lot of confidence in your game style and come back out there and get the win the way they did.
I think a really big turning point was that touched ball holding free kick on the line, and I think it was probably a free kick and he touched it anyway, so I'm not saying it was the wrong decision and the decision turned the match. I'm just saying, like, if that bounces through, Kelly snapped the goal and it's 14 points and GWS have kicked the last 4 goals.
That momentum
and
huge.
The orange tsunami is just sort of starting to build. But instead
Tommy
they
Hawk
go down the
kick
other
the
end.
other goal? Yeah.
They went down the other end within the next minute, and Tom Hawkins kicks a steadier. And 9 minutes into the fourth, it's back out to 26 points. That was the game. It might have been different had that ball just bounced through and not had a touch on it. Maybe we're talking about a different result.
Harry, would the players, and I probably know the answer, but the players would have really owned last week, wouldn't they? Would have been really disappointed with their efforts and how they played as a group, and they probably would have run the show probably more so during the week than maybe getting a clip from the coaches.
No doubt. The leaders would have met pretty well straight after the game, had a chat, and then certainly again on the Monday they would have gone through some of the things that they weren't happy with individually as a team, and like you say, owned the rest of the week. So the coaches have almost sort of take a step back, would show the vision of the opposition and really own that, but the leaders would be the ones that are trying to drive their own game plan.
Did you have any say in them training at East Fremantle? Was that you? Did you tee that up?
I didn't tee it up per se, but I sort of facilitated where I could, including giving Tom Hawkins some advice that the goals at the southern end are just a little bit further apart at the top than they should be.
Oh, really?
Not sure why that is, but it does seem to be a nuance of that ground.
Are the old Subi goals?
They are the old Subi goals, yeah. I did think it was a very Geelong thing to do, to be sort of like, well, we'll be Geelong when we come to WA, as opposed to staying in the city. They headed down to Fremantle.
Trade winds.
Yeah, which is a very, for those who haven't seen it, is a painted white hotel, very old school, very old style, very classy looking.
Revamped. It's been a couple of years.
Yeah. But still, inside it's been revamped. But it still has a sort of a touch of class about it.
Federation feel.
Yeah, that's right. And so, I did find it interesting they decided to go down to the port. Feel right at home down there.
Interestingly, I have a standing booking there all year because I come to Perth sort of every once a month, and this month I get a call. Unfortunately, Mr. Taylor, you're gonna have to move out because the Cats are coming in. So I found that to be a little bit strange.
Oh, you've been booted out for your old team. 15-13-103 Geelong. The Giants 10-8-68. Sum up the season quickly for us before we head back to have a bit more of a deep dive into the Cats and hopefully speak to someone from their rooms. But sum up the season for the Giants, because to go from where they were, and we saw them here in round 2, and round 2 or round 3 early in the season, they were absolutely diabolical. I remember GWS, and there was a fair bit of discussion about whether or not it was against Fremantle in round 2. They lost by 31 points. They were woeful about whether or not Leon Cameron would be able to survive with those sort of performances. They lose their first 3, but then were able to turn it around, wins over Collingwood and Sydney, and built from there, and really did finish the season very strongly. With what they've had to overcome, with how they've started, and with a list that is still, I would imagine, in the mix for the next couple of seasons with what they've got in terms of their profile, how do you assess where GWS has come from after last year's disappointment?
I thought that's where they're finished. It's about where they're at as a group. Probably decimated. Lost a couple of important players early in the year. Like, I still think Bruce was a huge injury at the early parts of the year. I think it's pre-season. Maybe you've done that one and
recruited him for a specific role.
For a specific role, because they've got nothing on their list really who mature enough to be in that role for a marathon of the season.
Which is why Shane Mumford had to do what he had to do.
Exactly right, which is every second week, which I find it really hard. But brave. I think Harry summed it up pretty much just before we, 10 minutes ago, how brave they've been. It would have been a struggle mentally as well, physically. Sydney were the same. They've done it really hard as well, and teams did it as well last year. But I think that's where they're at, I reckon, right now, bottom half of the 8. And fingers crossed they can just jump a couple rungs next year.
I think it's been really, really tough and really brave, like you said, of them to be able to fight this way to the finals. I'm probably a little bit less bullish on their list at the moment. I don't think that when you look at it and young guys coming through and things like that, they've got some talent, but they're going to lose some players. Caniglio looks a little bit slow. I mean, he's still a player who can go out there and perform a game to a really high level. Same with Ward, De Boer. All these guys are other side of 30 now, and the list kind of changes a little bit. Kelly's the Rolls Royce and Whitfield are the two Rolls Royces who they have to really, really rely on. And then I think it just drops away a little bit without those other three guys really performing at their peak. So could be a little bit of a tough period for them next year.
Big talking point on Caniglio. What happens with his leadership? He's got a 7-year contract.
He does, and still, even with that, a lot of discussion that there's a chance of returning to WA. That doesn't go away. And like a lot of the Melbourne players, where it doesn't go away if they're in another state, but it continues to bubble along that there's interest that he might be coming back.
Wait, how long ago did he sign that?
Oh, just recently.
Yeah,
last year.
Last year. Yeah. Signed that massive 7-year deal.
I could be that far. Looking in, I think he needs a fresh start. I reckon both clubs here should be chasing him. If they could get him, I reckon he'd be a great fit in either of the club. Doesn't matter, but I think a fresh start. What I reckon has been a tough 2 years. He'll be a bit loyal to his group and wants to grind it out and fight it out, but maybe a fresh start might do him the world of good.
He's incredibly loyal.
Exactly.
We showed that, and I don't think he's the sort of person that would want to leave. That's just not what he's like. But I think there's probably a bit of truth in that maybe his time at the Giants, maybe he would be better served, and maybe the Giants long term would be better served with him perhaps seeking a move somewhere else. But he's such a good player, and through a combination of injuries and I guess a bit of self-doubt with some form, we haven't seen that in the last couple of seasons.
He just looked a little bit beaten up this year, I reckon.
Yeah, the foot injury really hurt his year, no doubt. That was a pretty nasty one, but I don't know. That's just how I say it. Fresh start, new club back home. We haven't seen the Caniglio of 2 or 3 years ago, so interesting.
Joel Seld will be with us very shortly. He wants to have a chat to Harry Taylor, so we might just say one question to him and then let Harry run the interview. In the meantime, let's get a couple of the numbers, Ben Cameron, as we're also get the votes from our experts after you've done that. Thanks, Ben.
So Geelong, 355 disposals, GWS 325 the marks. Geelong ended up with 92, GWS 65 the tackles, GWS 68, Geelong 59. Inside 50s, 49 apiece. Leading individual ball winners, Lockie Whitfield 34, 712 metres gained. Zach Tui 31. Sam Menegola with 29. And then Hopper 27, Kelly with 25. Geelong winning by 35 points in the finish.
And again, just as you mentioned before, Selwood and Hawkins, Joel Selwood and Tom Hawkins together, most wins as teammates. It's now up to 200, which is quite a remarkable effort. Mind you, one of them's played 333 games in Joel Selwood. One of them's played very impressive 301. And they played at an unbelievably successful football club over the last couple of years as well. Geelong winning tonight. They're through to a preliminary final up against the Demons next Friday. They've beaten GWS by 35 points. The ABC Football of the Year quite rightly went to Clayton Oliver, but if we were having a 3-2-1, I always like to know which way you guys would have voted. What have you got for us?
Do you go down or up?
Go up, 1 to 3. Always up. Build up the suspense for who gets the 3 votes.
One vote.
Yes, Wellingham.
Yeah, that's right.
2 votes.
That never happened. 1 vote was for the big key forward, big Tommy Hawkins. 5 goals, 19 touches, 8 marks. Just a really good presence forward of the ball for the Hawks. Sorry, for the
Hawks.
for the Cats in Hawks. Menegola, 2 votes, 29, 2 goals. Really important, and just did some really good stuff around the stoppage. Went inside when Parfitt went out, filled that void. And then a great return to footy for Zach Tui with the 3 votes. 31 disposals, 586 metres gained. Just a really... He just gives them so much more direction, I reckon, and so much more variation in the game style that they employ when going forward.
Yeah, well, we mentioned that they missed him probably over the last little period. I tend to agree. I think his drive, particularly out of that back half and those wing areas, it's important in big games, in big finals, because it is a little bit more kick down the line. You're not as sort of high possession games. You need those ball users that can actually penetrate, can drive, can create some opportunities from nothing.
A player who can be a 40-metre player compared to someone who can be an 80-metre or 60 to 80-metre player in finals is just like gold.
Yeah, agreed. He's very good tonight.
How bullish are you about Friday for the Cats, Harry? You're
I
allowed
think
to be
it's
slightly biased.
I am biased, but I think it's going to be an absolutely cracking game of footy. The history, the significance of the last game, all of those factors just make it so much more exciting. And I'm not sure what the Melbourne following is in WA. Shane might be able to tell us more. I know the Cats have a pretty big following. I'm not so sure about Melbourne, but you'd hope that we can get a close to capacity crowd here and get this show absolutely thumping. And I think it'll be an amazing game of footy to be a part of.
The challenge always is, it is, of all the wonderful things about this stadium, it is hard to get to on a Friday night.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's built for public transport, but unfortunately there is no public transport specifically put on a Friday night for it, because they have to get people home from the city. So it's tough to get to, which is why I always cheer on the Saturday night games as the best option if you actually happen to be in Perth. I thought today's crowd was a pretty good one. I'm not sure what the rest of the nation would think, but I thought 44,091 was pretty good.
I'll break 50 easy next week.
I would reckon. They'll get 50 and it will be absolutely sell out. Yeah. It'll sell out in seconds, the grand final.
I'm not sure what Harry thinks and who's to play if they play, but I think Geelong are to clamp Oliver.
Let's head downstairs. I'm just going to throw this over to Harry Taylor. Joel Selwood, he's with us. Harry, fire away.
Selza, congratulations, mate. Fantastic effort. Well done tonight, buddy. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm excited, mate. I mean, it's through to another prelim. It's you just can't take them for granted. It's hard to get there. By the end of tomorrow night, we'll be in a Final Four again and another chance at it. It's just it probably hasn't sunk in just yet, but as the night goes on, we'll enjoy it tonight and then recover up tomorrow.
We've got Shane Woden and Sherrod Wellingham in you as well, mate, but congratulations. Another unbelievable effort from you personally. Great effort from the boys, and very, very well done, mate, and looking forward to watching it all happen next Friday, so well done. I'm sure the boys have got some questions for you.
Jolie, Sherrod, congratulations on the milestone tonight, mate. Can you divulge what was said at the post-game huddle when you were all brought in by... It looked like Chris brought you in, but it might have been Joel as well, was it? Corey?
No, he's not here anymore. He's down at Fremantle Dockers coaching. But it was he just basically said that he's really proud of us. It's hard to get here, and that we should really enjoy the moment and soak it up. And it's just time to lock in for what's ahead. And we know what that is. That's Melbourne next Friday night.
Sellers, Shane Woden here, mate. What did that mean to the group? You pumped the air when you're just after you've been chaired off, but as you said, they are hard to get to. They're big games, prelims, and there's been a fair bit of work put in it. But what does that mean to the group, particularly after last week's probably disappointing result from a playing group point of view?
Yeah, I mean, it was. We thought that we let the whole group down, but it was a group effort, as you probably would have seen in here in the club rooms, that we locked in straight away come that Saturday, and we couldn't do anything about the result that we put out last Friday night. So it was about making sure that we lock into what's ahead. And it's just a special time of the year to be a part of. And that's what we had to remind the guys and to believe that that their best is good enough up against anyone. So we'll give it a red-hot crack.
A little bit of an arm wrestle in the first half. Probably felt you had control, but it weren't really going away, GWS, and I thought your back six held up, back seven held up really well. They probably weren't as effective going forward as what you guys were, but the message at half-time for the group, what was that?
We were pretty happy with how the game was going. We a little bit of an arm wrestle, maybe it was our way a bit. We had maybe 3 goals on them around that at that time, and we just knew that it was still going to be a struggle after half time. So to lock in and make sure that we finish the job at hand.
Joel, everyone's speaking about the Geelong games record, and rightfully so, but you also passed Sean Burgoyne with your 36th final, so second overall for the most finals behind only the great Michael Tuck. So that's an incredible effort now as well.
Yeah, well, it goes to say that I've been a part of a lot of great sides over the years. I mean, I feel grateful that I came to a footy club that continues to play off and gets a chance at right to the end. So I'm just in at that stage again where we're trying to drag these kids through and make sure that it's common knowledge that when you come to the Cats, be prepared to play long into the season. So prepare yourself early in the pre-season and get ready.
Congratulations on the club record number of games. Well done to you, Joel Selwood. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks, guys. Good work.
Outstanding from Joel Selwood. 333 games tonight. Remember, for a club that's been around since 1859, he holds the games record. And he'll be celebrating too as the captain. He and his side are through to the preliminary final. They'll take on the Demons after Geelong beat GWS tonight here in the West. 15-13, 103 to 10-8, 68. Grandstand AFL continues tomorrow